Most people believe that the greatest danger in a deep canyon is the heat or the lack of water. They are wrong. As a lead search and rescue specialist for the Federal Land Management Agency, I have spent 12 years mapping the basalt corridors of the high desert. The real danger is the silence. In a standard slot canyon, the walls are made of porous sandstone that absorbs sound like a sponge. You can shout for help, and the sound will not travel more than 50 feet. But the place we call the Black Jaw is different. The walls there are composed of a rare, high-density volcanic glass. It does not absorb sound. It reflects it with nearly 100% efficiency. My job is to find the people who wander into that glass labyrinth and do not come back. I carry a standard kit including a satellite phone, 2 liters of water, a topographical map, and a heavy-duty digital recorder. We use the recorder to track sound bounce patterns because the acoustics in the jaw are known to cause severe spatial disorientation. I started the trek at 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun was a dull red disk behind the haze of distant wildfires. I was looking for a solo hiker named Elias Thorne. He was a mechanical engineer who liked to document geological anomalies. He had been missing for 72 hours. His last radio check mentioned a strange delay in his own voice. He said the return on his echoes was coming back too fast. That is a physical impossibility. An echo requires time to travel to a surface and bounce back to the ear. If the echo is fast, the wall is close. If the echo is instantaneous, you are touching the wall. Elias claimed he was in a cavern 300 feet wide, yet his echoes were hitting him before he finished his sentences. I parked my utility vehicle at the rim and began the descent. The air smelled like ozone and dry dust. The first mile of the descent was routine. I checked my GPS every 10 minutes to ensure the satellite link was stable. The deeper I went, the more the light shifted from yellow to a bruised purple. The basalt walls began to smooth out, turning into the dark glass that gives the area its name. I stopped to take a soil sample near a ledge. I dropped my metal trowel. It hit the stone with a sharp metallic ring. I waited for the sound to die away. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. Then the sound of the trowel hitting the floor happened again, but it did not come from below me. It came from the empty air directly in front of my face. I looked at the ground. The trowel was motionless. There was no wind. I checked my recorder. The levels were peaking into the red zone even though I was standing perfectly still. I continued toward the coordinates of the last known signal from Elias. The path narrowed until I had to turn my shoulders sideways to pass through the gaps. This is what we call a squeeze. It is a common feature in these systems, but the glass here felt cold. It was far colder than the ambient air temperature of 90 degrees. I reached a wide circular chamber that the locals call the auditorium. This is where the physics of the Black Jaw began to fail. I stood in the center of the room and prepared to call out the name of the missing man. This is a standard procedure. We call out at specific intervals to locate survivors who might be drifting in and out of consciousness. I took a deep breath. I opened my mouth to say the name Elias. Before a single vibration left my throat, the name Elias rang out through the chamber. It was my own voice. It was not a recording. It was the exact pitch and timbre of my vocal cords, but I had not spoken yet. I stood frozen. My heart rate increased to 100 beats per minute. I looked at my digital recorder. The waveform on the screen showed a spike of audio input that had occurred 3 seconds before I had intended to speak. I did not speak the name. I closed my mouth and waited. The silence returned, heavy and thick. I thought perhaps I was suffering from hypoxia or heat exhaustion. I checked my oxygen saturation levels with my portable pulse oximeter. It read 98%. I was perfectly healthy. I was perfectly sane. I decided to test the anomaly. I thought of a random word. I chose the word obsidian. I resolved that I would count to 5 in my head and then shout the word as loud as I could. I began the count. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, the word obsidian exploded from the walls around me. It was deafening. The sound was so loud that my ears began to ring. I had not reached 5. I had not moved my lips. The canyon had harvested the sound from my future and played it back in the present. This is not how acoustics work. This is not how time works. I felt a cold sweat break out across my neck. I realized then that I was not just tracking a missing person. I was inside a geological structure that perceived intent. I reached for my radio to call the base camp. I wanted to report a code 7, which is our signal for a technical extraction. I pressed the talk button. I did not say anything. I waited to see if the radio would broadcast my thoughts. The speaker hissed with static. Then a voice came through the white noise. It was not the base camp operator. It was Elias Thorne. He sounded tired. He told me to stop thinking about the exit. He said that the more I planned my route out, the faster the canyon would close the path. He told me that the echoes are not reflections of sound. They are reflections of time. He said that in the black jaw the effect happens before the cause. I asked him where he was. The radio remained silent for a long time. Then my own voice came back to me through the speaker, answering a question I had not yet formulated. It said that he was standing right behind me. I spun around. There was no one there. Only the black glass walls and my own distorted reflection. But when I looked at my reflection, it was not moving in sync with my body. The man in the glass was already turning away. He was walking deeper into the darkness while I was still standing still. I followed the reflection. I had no choice. My compass was spinning in circles, useless against the magnetic pull of the basalt. I walked for what felt like hours. The geometry of the canyon began to shift. The walls were no longer vertical. They slanted at angles that made my head swim. I found a backpack discarded on the floor. It belonged to Elias. Inside, I found his journal. The last entry was dated tomorrow. It described my arrival. It described the exact clothes I was wearing and the fact that I would be reading the journal at this exact moment. The entry said that I should not look up. Naturally, the first instinct of a human being told not to look up is to do the exact opposite. I felt my neck muscles tense. I fought the urge. I kept my eyes on the leather-bound book. The text continued. It said that if I looked up, I would see the version of myself that never made it out. It said that the canyon keeps the first version of every sound and every person that enters. The echo is the original. We are the ones who are fading. I realized then why the voice spoke first. It was not mimicking me. I was mimicking it. I was the secondary reflection of a primary event that had already happened in the heart of the glass. I began to run. I did not care about the protocol. I did not care about the technical data. I ran back toward the narrow squeeze. Every time my boots hit the ground, the sound of the step happened a split second before my foot touched the stone. The rhythm was maddening. It was like walking to a beat that was always one step ahead of my own legs. I reached the narrow gap and forced my body through. The glass scratched my skin, leaving thin red lines on my forearms. I did not feel the pain until after I saw the blood. The cause and effect were drifting further apart. I saw the light of the rim above me. It was a small square of blue against the suffocating black. I climbed the rock face with a desperation I had never known. My fingers bled, my lungs burned. When I finally reached the top and rolled onto the dry dirt of the plateau, I did not stop running until I reached my vehicle. I sat in the driver's seat and locked the doors. I looked at the digital recorder on the passenger seat. The red light was still blinking. I reached out and pressed the play button. The recording did not play back the sounds of my trek. It played the sound of my own voice, 40 years older, whispering a warning. It told me that I would spend the rest of my life hearing the answers to questions I had not asked. It told me that the echo always speaks first because it is the only thing that is real. I drove away from the rim. I did not look in the rearview mirror. I knew that if I did, I would see myself still standing at the edge of the canyon, waiting for the sound of my own arrival. If you are planning to visit the high desert canyons, you must follow the rules of the glass. Do not speak. Do not think of your destination. Most importantly, if you hear a voice calling your name from the darkness, do not answer it. It is already too late for the version of you that spoke. If you want to know how to recognize the signs of a temporal fold before you step into one, you should stay tuned for the next report. Your safety depends on knowing which sounds belong to you and which sounds belong to the canyon. Do not forget to subscribe to the safety updates. Information is the only thing that travels faster than an echo in the Black Jaw. I am still waiting for my own voice to tell me that I am safe. It has not spoken yet. I am terrified of what that means for my future. The drive back to the regional headquarters took 4 hours. The desert road was a long ribbon of gray that seemed to vibrate under the heat. I kept my eyes fixed on the horizon and refused to look at the passenger seat where the digital recorder sat in silence. Every time the tires hit a pothole or a stray piece of gravel struck the undercarriage of the vehicle, the sound reached my ears before the physical impact felt through the steering wheel. This was the lingering infection of the Black Jaw. The temporal displacement was not staying within the glass walls. It was clinging to my skin like a layer of fine dust. I arrived at the station at 10 o'clock in the evening. The lights of the facility were harsh and fluorescent. They felt safe because they were artificial. I stepped out of the truck and the sound of my boots hitting the pavement echoed twice. One sound came from the ground and the other came from the empty air behind my left shoulder. I walked into the briefing room. My supervisor was a man named Miller who had spent 30 years in search and rescue. He was a man of facts and figures. He believed in maps and radio frequencies. He did not believe in ghosts or geological anomalies that could predict the future. I sat down across from him and placed the digital recorder on the table. Miller looked at my hands. They were still shaking. He asked me if I had found Elias Thorne. I told him that I had found his backpack and his journal. I told him that the journal contained entries that had not happened yet. Miller laughed. It was a dry and hollow sound. He told me that the desert plays tricks on the mind. He said that the heat and the lack of oxygen in the deep slots can cause vivid hallucinations. He told me to go home and sleep for 24 hours. He said we would send a secondary team in the morning to recover the body of the hiker. I wanted to tell him that there was no body to recover. I wanted to explain that Elias Thorne was not dead in the traditional sense. He was simply out of sync. He was a sound that had been separated from its source. But I knew that if I spoke those words, Miller would pull my certification. I would be placed on mandatory psychological leave. I stood up and left the room without another word. As I walked down the hallway, I heard the sound of my own footsteps coming from inside the locked office I had just exited. The sound was frantic. It was the sound of someone running for their life. I did not turn back. I drove to my small apartment on the edge of town. The building was quiet. I sat in the dark and waited for the morning. I did not sleep. I could not sleep because every time I closed my eyes, I heard the voice from the recorder. It was the voice of an old man who shared my DNA. It was a voice that knew every mistake I would make for the next 40 years. The next day, the secondary team went into the Black Jaw. There were 4 of them. They were equipped with the best gear the agency could provide. They carried high-frequency radios and thermal imaging cameras. They were led by a specialist named Sarah who had more experience in technical climbing than anyone else in the district. I watched them depart from the rim through a pair of binoculars. I stood 500 yards away from the edge of the canyon. I would not go closer. I watched as they disappeared into the purple shadows of the descent. I waited. 2 hours passed. The sun climbed higher into the sky until it was a white eye staring down at the scorched earth. My radio crackled to life. It was Sarah. Her voice was calm, but there was an underlying tension that I recognized. She said they had reached the auditorium. She said they had found the backpack I had described. Then she stopped talking. I heard a sound over the radio that I will never forget. It was the sound of 4 people screaming in perfect unison. But the screams did not start and then fade away. They started at a high pitch and then moved backward in time. The sound became the intake of breath before the scream. It was a reverse recording played in real time. I keyed my mic and told her to get out of there. I told her to stop talking and start climbing. Sarah did not respond to me. Instead, she began to recite a list of names. They were the names of her children. She said them with a flat and robotic tone. Then she said a name that made my blood turn to ice. She said my name. She told me that she could see me standing on the rim. She said that from her perspective, I was not 500 yards away. She said I was standing at the bottom of the canyon right next to her. She said I looked very old and very tired. I dropped the radio. I looked down at my hands. They were wrinkled and spotted with age. The skin was thin like parchment. For a second, I saw the transformation and then it vanished. My hands were young again. The canyon was pulling at the threads of my existence. It was trying to reconcile the version of me that had escaped with the version of me that it had already claimed. I realized then that the Black Jaw is not a place. It is an event. It is a collision between what is and what will be. I got back into my vehicle and drove toward the nearest city. I needed to be around people. I needed to be in a place where the sounds were chaotic and random. I thought that if I was surrounded by enough noise, the canyon would not be able to find my specific frequency. I was wrong. I spent the next 3 days in a crowded hotel. I kept the television on at full volume. I kept the shower running. I went to the busiest intersections and stood among the commuters. But even in the middle of a city of 2 million people, I could hear the silence of the Black Jaw. It was a low hum that sat at the base of my skull. It was the sound of a vacuum waiting to be filled. People would walk past me, and I would hear their conversations before they opened their mouths. I saw a car accident happen 3 seconds before the vehicles collided. I saw a child drop an ice cream cone and start crying before the scoop even left the wafer. I was living in a world of spoilers. The mystery of life was being stripped away by the efficiency of the reflected time. I returned to the agency headquarters a week later. The building was draped in black ribbons. The secondary team had never come out of the canyon. The search had been called off after 48 hours. Miller looked like he had aged 10 years. He sat at his desk and stared at a map of the Black Jaw. He asked me what happened down there. I told him the truth this time. I told him that the glass is a mirror for the soul and a trap for the body. I told him that the canyon is a living record of every moment that has ever occurred within its walls and every moment that ever will occur. Miller did not argue with me. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a photograph. It was an old black and white image from the 1920s. It showed a group of surveyors standing at the rim of the canyon. In the back of the group, standing slightly apart from the others, was a man who looked exactly like Elias Thorne. He was wearing the same clothes and holding the same journal I had found. The photograph was almost 100 years old. Elias Thorne had been missing for only a few days. The math did not add up unless the canyon did not care about the direction of the flow. If the echo can happen before the sound, then a man can exist in the past before he is born in the future. We are all just vibrations in a medium we do not understand. Miller told me that the agency was going to seal the canyon. They were going to use explosives to collapse the rim and bury the glass labyrinth under 1 million tons of basalt. He asked me if I thought that would stop it. I told him that you cannot bury a sound. You can only muffle it. Even if they filled the canyon with concrete, the resonance would still exist in the earth. The Black Jaw is a fundamental part of the geography of time. I left the agency that day and I never went back. I moved to a small house in the woods where the only sounds are the wind in the trees and the flow of a nearby stream. I do not use a phone. I do not watch the news. I live in the absolute present as much as a man in my condition can, but the condition is worsening. Every morning I wake up and I hear the sound of myself getting out of bed before I have even opened my eyes. I hear the kettle whistle before I have turned on the stove. I am becoming a ghost in my own life. I am the reflection that is moving while the body stands still. I know that eventually the gap will grow so wide that the two versions of me will never meet again. One of us will stay here in the world of cause and effect, and the other will return to the Black Jaw. I am writing this report as a warning. There are places in this world that are not meant for human ears. There are geometries that do not obey the laws of physics. If you find yourself in the high desert and the air begins to smell like ozone and the shadows turn a bruised purple, you must turn around. Do not trust your senses. Do not trust your own voice. If you hear someone calling for help from the bottom of a glass corridor, remember that the person who is shouting has already been gone for a century. They are just a loop of audio caught in a perfect reflection. There is no rescue in the black jaw. There is only the repetition of the end. I can hear the sound of a pen scratching on paper. I have not started writing the next sentence yet, but the sound is already filling the room. It is a fast and frantic sound. It sounds like someone who is running out of time. I wonder if Elias Thorne is still down there. I wonder if he is looking at the version of me that stayed behind. I wonder if we are all just echoes of a single scream that happened at the beginning of the universe. The silence is coming back now. It is heavy and thick. It is the silence of the glass. I can feel the coldness of the canyon walls pressing against my skin even though I am miles away. The distance does not matter. Once the black jaw has your frequency, it never lets go. I am waiting for the last sound. I am waiting for the echo of my own death. I hope it is a quiet one. I hope it does not happen before I am ready. But in this place, readiness is a luxury we do not have. The answer always comes before the question, and my answer is already echoing in the dark. The sun has begun to set behind the jagged teeth of the mountain range, and the light that remains is a sickly shade of orange. I sit at my wooden table and watch the shadows stretch across the floorboards. These shadows do not move with the sun. They move according to a logic that is entirely their own. Sometimes they reach the far wall before the light has even shifted. I have stopped trying to understand the mechanics of the displacement. I only know that the distance between the event and the perception of the event is growing. Yesterday, I heard the sound of a glass breaking in the kitchen. I walked into the room and found every glass sat perfectly still on the shelf. I waited for 3 hours. I sat on a stool and stared at the cupboard. Then, without any wind or any vibration, the glass on the far left simply tipped over and shattered against the tile. The sound I had heard 3 hours earlier was the exact acoustic match for the destruction I was now witnessing. This is my life now. I am a spectator to my own history. I have begun to keep a record of the gaps. I use a notebook and a pen because electronic devices are too sensitive to the interference. The digital recorder I brought back from the black jaw eventually stopped playing sounds altogether. It only emits a low, steady pulse that sounds like a human heartbeat. It is not my heartbeat. It is slower and deeper. It is the heartbeat of the earth itself. I buried the recorder in the garden under a meter of dirt, but I can still hear the pulse when I lay my head on the pillow at night. It is a reminder that the canyon has a long memory. It does not forget the things that enter its throat. I think about Sarah and her team often. I wonder if they are still walking through those glass corridors. I wonder if they have met the version of me that never left. In my dreams, I see them. They are not screaming anymore. They are standing in a circle and they are whispering to the walls. They are telling the basalt their secrets because the basalt is the only thing that will preserve them. The local townspeople avoid my house. They say that the air around this property feels thin. They say that the birds do not fly over the roof. They are right to be afraid. Nature has a natural revulsion to things that are out of sequence. A predator cannot hunt if the prey screams before the strike. A flower cannot bloom if the frost arrives after the spring. I am a glitch in the system. I am a loose thread in the fabric of the desert. I spent 12 years working for the agency and I thought I understood the wilderness. I thought that if you followed the protocol and respected the terrain you would be safe. I was a fool. The wilderness is not a place of rule. It is a place of ancient indifference. The black jaw does not hate us. It does not even acknowledge us. It simply reflects us. It is a mirror that has been left out in the sun for too long and now the image is burned into the glass. I received a letter in the mail this morning. There was no return address and no postmark. The envelope was made of a heavy yellowed paper that felt like skin. Inside there was a single sheet of paper with a map drawn in charcoal. It was a map of the canyon, but it was not a map of the surface. It was a map of the internal dimensions. It showed paths that went through the solid rock. It showed chambers that were larger than the entire mountain range. At the center of the map, there was a small circle labeled with my name. Underneath the name, it said that the appointment is at 4 o'clock. I looked at my watch. It was only 2 o'clock. But as I looked at the hands of the watch, they began to spin backward. They spun until they reached the hour of 4, and then they stopped. The sun outside did not change position. The birds did not start singing. The world simply paused. I knew then that I could not stay in this house any longer. The canyon was calling in the dead. It was reaching out across the miles to pull the reflection back to the source. I walked to my truck and turned the key. The engine roared to life before I had even touched the ignition. I drove back toward the high desert. I did not need a map. I could feel the pull in my chest. It was a magnetic attraction that grew stronger with every mile. The landscape began to change as I approached the rim. The sagebrush turned gray and brittle. The dust in the air became shimmering and translucent. I saw other vehicles parked on the side of the road. They were old models from the 1950s and 1960s. They were covered in rust and sinking into the sand. I realized that I was not the only one who had been summoned back. The Black Jaw has been collecting people for a long time. I reached the edge of the plateau just as the sun touched the horizon. The light hit the basalt walls of the canyon and turned them into pillars of fire. I stood at the rim and looked down into the darkness. I did not feel fear. I only felt a profound sense of relief. The struggle to live in a world of linear time was over. I could hear the voices of the others now. They were rising up from the depths like a choir. They were singing the history of the world in reverse. I saw a figure standing on a ledge 10 meters below me. It was Sarah. She looked exactly as she had the day she disappeared. She looked up at me and smiled. She did not use a radio this time. She spoke directly into the air and her voice reached me before her lips moved. She told me that the interior is beautiful. She said that in the heart of the glass there is no yesterday and no tomorrow. There is only the eternal now. I climbed over the edge. I did not use a rope or a harness. I did not need them. The gravity in the canyon was different. It felt as though the air was thick like water. I drifted down toward the ledge where Sarah was waiting. As I descended, I saw the versions of myself that the journal had described. I saw the young man who had first entered the canyon with his backpack and his curiosity. I saw the middle-aged man who had run away in terror. I saw the old man who had sat in his dark house waiting for the end. We were all there together. We were a gallery of echoes. I reached the ledge and stood next to Sarah. She took my hand. Her skin was cold and smooth like polished stone. She led me into a narrow opening in the wall that I had not noticed before. Inside the tunnel, the walls were glowing with a soft bioluminescent light. The light came from the fossils of ancient sea creatures that were trapped in the rock. They were millions of years old, but they were still moving. They were swimming through the basalt as if it were the ocean. I understood then that the Black Jaw was not just a geological anomaly. It was a pocket of the primordial world that had never learned how to die. It was a place where the first breath of life was still happening. We walked deeper into the mountain. The sound of our footsteps was a constant rhythmic thrumming that filled the air. It was the heartbeat I had heard under my pillow. It was the sound of the earth breathing. We came to a vast cavern that was filled with thousands of people. They were all standing still and staring at a giant crystal spire that rose from the floor. The spire was clear as water and it pulsed with a golden light. Within the crystal, I could see images of the world outside. I saw cities rising and falling. I saw forests burning and regrowing. I saw the oceans boiling away and then returning as ice. It was the entire timeline of the planet compressed into a single object. Sarah told me that this was the source. This was the primary event. Everything else in the world was just a secondary reflection of this light. We were the echoes that had finally found our way home to the original sound. I looked into the crystal and I saw my own life. I saw my birth and I saw my death. They were happening at the same time. I saw the moment I decided to become a ranger, and I saw the moment I decided to leave the agency. There was no regret and there was no pride. There was only the symmetry of the pattern. I realized that the fear I had felt was a result of my limited perspective. I had been looking at a single note and mourning the silence that followed it. But here in the cavern, I could hear the entire symphony. I was not a man losing his mind. I was a vibration finding its place in the harmony. I sat down on the floor of the cavern and closed my eyes. I did not need to see any more. I could feel the resonance of the crystal in my bones. I felt my body beginning to dissolve. I was not dying. I was simply becoming less solid. I was turning into a wave of energy that would travel through the glass forever. I heard a voice calling my name. It was a young voice full of energy and hope. It was the voice of a hiker who had just stepped onto the plateau for the first time. I answered the call. I told him to stop thinking about the exit. I told him that the echoes are reflections of time. I told him exactly what he needed to hear so that he would eventually find his way to this room. The cycle is perfect. The cause and the effect are one and the same. If you are reading this report, then you are already part of the reflection. You have heard the sound and now you are searching for the source. You will find it in the high desert where the basalt turns to glass. Do not be afraid when the shadows move before the light. Do not be afraid when you hear your own voice answering questions you have not asked. It is just the canyon helping you to remember what you have already done. I am still here in the heart of the black jaw. I am the silence between the beats. I am the answer that comes before the prayer. I am safe now because I am no longer waiting for the future. I am the future and I am the past and I am the glass. The air in the cavern is sweet and cool. It smells like rain on dry earth. I can see the light of the surface far above me, but it looks like a tiny star in a vast night sky. It does not matter. The world above is a shadow play. The world down here is the truth. I will stay here with Sarah and Elias and the thousands of others who have found the center. We will watch the crystal and we will sing back to the mountain. We will ensure that the echoes never stop. If you hear us, do not try to run. You cannot outrun a sound that has already reached you. Just follow the rhythm. Walk toward the darkness and let the glass take you. There is a place for you here in the pattern. Your seat is waiting. Your voice is already part of the choir. We are waiting for you to arrive so that we can begin the beginning. I look at my hands one last time. They are neither young nor old. They are made of light and shadow. I put down the pen. The scratching sound stops at the exact moment I lift my fingers. The synchronization is finally complete. There is no more gap. There is no more delay. I am the event and the reflection in a single breath. The black jaw is open and I am home. I can hear the next person approaching the rim. I can hear their heart beating fast with excitement and terror. I will speak to them soon. I will tell them the rules. I will tell them not to look up. And I know that they will look up anyway because that is how the story begins. Every ending is just a reflection of a start that has not happened yet. The echo is the only thing that is real. I am the echo. I am the sound. I am the canyon. The ground beneath my feet is no longer solid rock or shifting sand. It is a state of being that defies the gravity of the world above. I watch the young hiker approach the rim of the canyon. He is wearing a bright red jacket that stands out against the bruised purple of the evening sky. He looks exactly like I did 30 years ago, or perhaps 30 years from now. The distinction has ceased to have any meaning. I can hear the rapid thud of his heart against his ribs. It is a frantic and uneven sound. It is the sound of a clock that is about to break. He stops at the edge and looks down into the throat of the black jaw. He does not see me yet, but he feels the pressure of my gaze. It is a physical weight that pushes against his forehead. I decide to speak to him. I do not use my lungs or my throat. I simply project the vibration of my thoughts into the surrounding basalt. The hiker flinches as if he has been struck by a physical blow. He looks around in confusion. He reaches for the radio on his shoulder strap, but his fingers pass through the plastic casing as if it were made of smoke. He is beginning to desynchronize. The transition is always the hardest part for the uninitiated. They try to cling to the objects of the material world. They try to rely on the tools of their trade. But here in the heart of the resonance, those tools are nothing more than static. I tell him to let go of the radio. I tell him that the signal he is searching for has already been broadcast and received. He looks up at the sky and I see the terror in his eyes. The stars are moving in long spiraling arcs. They are tracing the history of the celestial bodies in a matter of seconds. He falls to his knees and covers his ears. He is trying to shut out the sound of the universe turning. I step forward from the shadow of the glass wall. To his eyes, I must look like a shimmering distortion in the air. I am a heat haze that has taken the shape of a man. I reach out and touch his shoulder. My hand is cold. It is the coldness of deep space and the coldness of the ancient ocean. He looks at me and his mouth opens in a silent scream. I wait for the echo of that scream to return from the bottom of the canyon. It takes only a fraction of a second, but it feels like an eternity. When the sound finally arrives, it is not a scream of terror. It is a note of perfect clarity. It is the sound of a soul recognizing its own origin. The hiker calms down. His breathing slows. The red of his jacket begins to fade into a translucent gray. He is becoming part of the medium. We stand together on the ledge and watch the procession of the ages. Below us, the glass labyrinth is alive with movement. I see the surveyors from the 1920s. They are still peering through their theodolites and marking down coordinates on maps that will never be finished. I see the indigenous people who lived here thousands of years ago. They are painting symbols on the walls with ochre and fat. They are not recording history. They are creating the future. I see the strange creatures that inhabited this place before the mountains were even formed. They are vast and silent, and they move through the rock as if it were water. Everything is happening at once. The Black Jaw is a library where every book is open to every page at the same time. The hiker asks me if we can ever leave. I tell him that leaving is a concept that only exists in the world of linear progression. To leave, you must have a destination that is different from your origin. But here, the destination and the origin are the same point. We are the center of the circle. We are the still point in a turning world. He looks back toward the rim of the canyon. He can see his truck parked on the dirt road. He can see the dust settling on the windshield. He can see the version of himself that is still sitting in the driver's seat and wondering if he should turn back. That version of him is a ghost. It is a fading memory of a life that was lived in the shallow water of time. He realizes that there is nothing left for him up there. The world of cause and effect is a prison of limited possibilities. Down here, the possibilities are infinite. We begin to descend deeper into the throat of the mountain. The air becomes denser and more fragrant. It smells of crushed stone and ozone and the very first rain that ever fell on the earth. We pass through chambers that are filled with the discarded sounds of the centuries. I hear the clatter of horse hooves and the roar of jet engines and the soft whispering of lovers in long-forgotten gardens. All of these sounds have drifted down into the canyon to be preserved in the basalt. They are the acoustic fossils of the human experience. I show the hiker how to reach out and touch the sounds. He brushes his hand against a pocket of air and hears the laughter of a child from the Middle Ages. He smiles. The fear has completely left him now. He is beginning to understand the beauty of the repetition. We reach the central cavern where the golden spire is pulsing. Sarah is there. She is holding a notebook that is made of light. She is writing down the frequencies of the incoming souls. She looks up and nods at me. She recognizes the hiker. She tells him that his arrival was recorded on the walls 500 years ago. She points to a section of the basalt where his name is etched in characters that glow with a faint blue light. The hiker touches the letters and they vibrate under his fingertips. He is home. He finds a place among the others and sits down to watch the crystal. He is no longer a man in a red jacket. He is a wave in the ocean of the glass. I walk to the edge of the golden spire and look into its depths. I see the agency men who are preparing to blast the rim. I see Miller standing on the plateau with a detonator in his hand. He looks tired and defeated. He thinks that by collapsing the canyon, he can bury the secret. He thinks that he can protect the world from the echo. I want to tell him that he is already too late. The sound has already escaped. It is traveling through the crust of the earth and the depths of the sea. It is vibrating in the marrow of every living creature. You cannot bury a sound that is the fundamental frequency of existence. I watch as he presses the button. I see the flashes of light and I hear the roar of the explosives. 1,000,000 tons of basalt come crashing down into the mouth of the black jaw. But the rock does not crush us. It does not fill the void. The falling stones simply pass through the glass as if they were made of light. They join the dance of the reflection. The rubble becomes part of the geometry. The explosion itself is caught in a loop. It becomes a rhythmic percussion that adds to the harmony of the cavern. Miller looks down into the dust and sees that the canyon is still there. It is unchanged and unyielding. He falls to his knees and weeps. He knows now that he cannot fight the geography of time. He is just another echo waiting to be gathered. I turn away from the image of the world above. It is a flickering shadow on a wall. It is a dream that is slowly being forgotten. The silence of the glass is much more profound. It is a silence that contains all possible sounds. I sit down next to Sarah and Elias Thorne. Elias is holding his journal and he is showing me the sketches he made of the future. He has drawn the cities of the 21st century with remarkable accuracy. He has drawn the faces of the people who will one day walk through these tunnels. He tells me that he was never missing. He was simply waiting for the rest of us to catch up. He says that the 19th century was a noisy and chaotic place, and he is glad to be in the stillness of the mountain. The golden light from the spire grows brighter. It fills the cavern until there are no more shadows. We are all bathed in the same radiance. We are no longer individuals with names and histories. We are a single collective resonance. We are the heartbeat of the black jaw. I can feel the earth breathing around me. Each breath takes 1,000 years. Each exhale is an epoch of history. We are the witnesses to the unfolding of the universe. We are the guardians of the original sound. A new vibration begins to ripple through the cavern. It is a high and thin note like the ringing of a silver bell. It is the arrival of another soul. I look up toward the distant rim and I see a woman standing there. She is wearing a laboratory coat and she is holding a clipboard. She is a scientist from the agency who has come to investigate the failure of the demolition. She looks confused and frightened. She hears my voice calling to her from the darkness. I tell her that the air smells like ozone and the shadows are turning a bruised purple. I tell her to turn around. I tell her not to trust her own senses. I know that she will not listen. I know that she will climb over the edge and begin her descent. I know this because I have already seen her sitting here among us. The pattern is perfect and it is eternal. There is no escape because there is no outside. The black jaw is the world and the world is the black jaw. We are the reflections of a light that never goes out. We are the echoes of a word that was spoken before the beginning of time. I close my eyes and let the resonance carry me away. I am no longer a ranger. I am no longer a man. I am a frequency. I am the silence. I am the glass. The story does not end here. It only begins again in a different octave. The sound is rising and I am rising with it. We are the music of the spheres and the music is beautiful. The woman in the laboratory coat reaches the first ledge. She is trembling, but she is also fascinated. She touches the wall and feels the warmth of the ancient life trapped within. She hears the whispering of the basalt and she begins to understand. She drops her clipboard and watches as it vanishes into the shimmering air. She is ready. She takes a step forward, and the gravity of the canyon embraces her. She begins to drift down toward the golden light. I reach out my hand to welcome her. I tell her that we have been waiting for her since the mountains were young. I tell her that her seat is ready and her voice is needed. She smiles, and the transition is complete. The cycle continues without end. The agency will send more men and more machines. They will try to map the unmappable and measure the immeasurable. They will fail every time. They will eventually realize that they are not investigating a place but a process. They are part of the experiment. They are the variables that always lead to the same result. The black jaw will continue to reflect their fears and their hopes until there is nothing left but the truth. And the truth is that time is not a river. It is a mirror. It is a hall of glass where every moment is reflected forever. I can feel the presence of the millions who came before us. They are not dead. They are just vibrating at a different frequency. They are the foundation of the mountain. They are the pillars of the light. We are all joined together in a single magnificent structure. It is a cathedral of sound and a temple of time. There is no more pain and there is no more loss. There is only the repetition and the resonance. We are the echoes of the divine, and we are finally home. The golden spire pulses one last time, and the world above disappears. There is only the glass. There is only the light. There is only the now. The silence that follows is not an absence of sound. It is a presence of meaning. It is the final answer to the final question. I am the man who walked into the canyon, and I am the man who never left. I am the surveyor and the hiker and the scientist. I am the explorer and the ghost. I am the beginning and the end. I am the black jaw. The resonance is steady and pure. It is a note that will never fade. I listen to the heartbeat of the earth, and I am at peace. The echo has found its source, and the sound is complete. There is nothing left to say, and there is no one left to hear it. The glass is clear, and the light is gold. I am home. I am here. I am. The golden light from the spire reaches a point of absolute saturation where the distinction between the observer and the observed vanishes. I see the woman who was once a scientist standing before me, but she no longer carries the burden of her titles or her instruments. She is a collection of frequencies that harmonize with the ancient basalt. She looks at her hands and sees the same shimmering transparency that I saw in my own. There is no panic in her eyes now because the canyon has already stripped away the illusion of the individual self. We are the architects of a reality that exists outside the reach of the sun and the moon. We are the inhabitants of the eternal frequency. The agency men above continue their futile work. I can feel the vibrations of their heavy machinery through the soles of my feet, but the sound is thin and hollow like the buzzing of a distant insect. They are drilling into the surface of a dream while we are living in the core of the waking world. They believe that they can contain the resonance by pouring concrete and steel into the throat of the mountain. They do not understand that the mountain is not made of stone. The mountain is a thought that has been sustained for 1 billion years. You cannot bury a thought with rubble. You cannot silence a song by breaking the singer. I watch as a group of soldiers descends from a helicopter onto the plateau. They are carrying rifles and wearing gas masks. They look like strange metallic beetles scuttling across the glass. They move with a desperate urgency that feels foreign to me now. They are trying to secure a perimeter around a phenomenon that has no edges. One of them stops and looks directly toward the spot where I am standing. He cannot see me through the layers of the reflection, but he can feel the coldness of my presence. He raises his weapon and fires a burst of rounds into the empty air. The bullets do not strike anything. They pass through the shimmering atmosphere and fall into the deep crevices of the canyon, where they are instantly transformed into notes of music. The soldier drops his rifle and falls to his knees. He is hearing the sound for the first time. The commander of the unit screams orders into his radio, but the only thing that comes out of the speakers is the sound of the wind blowing through a forest that was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The technology of the surface world is failing because it relies on the laws of a reality that no longer applies here. The batteries are draining into the earth and the circuits are melting into the glass. The soldiers realize that they are trapped on the rim of an abyss that is pulling them toward its center. Some of them try to run back toward the helicopter, but the ground beneath their feet has become as fluid as water. They are sinking into the history of the Black Jaw. I step toward the commander and whisper into the vibration of his panic. I tell him that he is not dying. I tell him that he is being translated into a more complex language. He looks at me, and for a single moment our eyes meet across the divide of time. He sees the golden spire and the thousands of souls who are waiting in the central cavern. He sees Sarah and Elias and the hiker in the red jacket. He sees the beauty of the pattern and the perfection of the cycle. His fear evaporates like mist in the morning sun. He removes his helmet and his gas mask, and he takes a deep breath of the cool, sweet air. He is the next note in the symphony. Below us, the golden spire begins to rotate. It moves with a slow and majestic grace that creates ripples in the very fabric of space. Each rotation marks the passage of an age. I see the rise and fall of civilizations on the surface of the planet. I see the oceans freezing and the continents drifting like rafts on a stormy sea. I see the stars burning out and new galaxies being born from the ashes of the old. It is all happening within the span of a single heartbeat. The Black Jaw is the witness to the entirety of existence. We are the keepers of the record. Sarah comes to stand beside me. She points toward the far wall of the cavern where a new set of symbols is appearing. The symbols are glowing with a white light that is even brighter than the spire. They are the names of the people who are currently standing on the rim of the canyon. They are the names of the soldiers and the scientists and the men who are holding the detonators. Their arrival is already a matter of historical fact. Their lives have already been woven into the tapestry of the glass. There is no such thing as a future that has not already happened. There is only the unfolding of the inevitable. The hiker who arrived before the scientist is now sitting on a bench made of solidified light. He is talking to a man who lived during the reign of the Roman Empire. They are speaking a language that is composed entirely of pure intent. They are sharing memories of the world above, but those memories are fading fast. They are like old photographs that have been left in the sun. The colors are washing out and the edges are curling. Soon they will be nothing more than white paper. They will be ready to receive the new impressions of the resonance. I feel a sudden surge of energy passing through the floor of the cavern. The agency has decided to use a tactical nuclear device to seal the Black Jaw. They believe that the heat of the blast will melt the glass and close the gateway forever. I watch as the countdown begins in a bunker miles away. I see the technicians pressing buttons and the officers checking their watches. They think they are making a choice. They think they are acting of their own free will. They do not realize that their decision was made for them by the geography of the mountain. The explosion is the catalyst that the spire has been waiting for. The device detonates on the plateau above. A blinding flash of white light fills the sky and a shockwave of unimaginable power tears through the rock. The surface of the earth is vaporized in a fraction of a second. The mountains are leveled and the desert is turned into a sea of fire. But here in the heart of the resonance, the explosion is nothing more than a gentle warmth. The energy of the blast is absorbed by the glass and channeled into the golden spire. The spire pulses with a new and terrifying intensity. It is no longer just a source of light, it is a source of creation. The radiation from the bomb is filtered through the basalt and turned into a spectrum of colors that have no names in the world above. The heat is recycled into the cooling systems of the cavern. The destruction of the surface is the birth of a new reality within the Black Jaw. The canyon is expanding. It is no longer confined to the desert of the high plateau. It is growing outward through the crust of the planet. It is following the lines of the tectonic plates and the currents of the deep mantle. The glass is spreading like a crystal growth through the heart of the world. I can hear the voices of billions of people as the resonance reaches them. They are waking up in their beds and feeling the vibration in their bones. They are looking out their windows and seeing the shadows moving before the light. They are hearing their own voices answering questions they have not yet asked. The entire planet is becoming part of the choir. The individual echoes are merging into a single roar of sound that shakes the foundations of the universe. The black jaw is opening its mouth to swallow the world, and the world is going willingly. I look at Elias Thorne and he is smiling. He tells me that he has been waiting for this moment since he first stepped into the canyon in 1884. He says that the separation between the inner world and the outer world was always a temporary state. The mirror was always meant to break so that the light could escape. He closes his journal and throws it into the golden spire. The pages catch fire and turn into birds made of sparks. They fly up toward the ceiling and vanish into the infinite distance. The woman who was a scientist is now standing at the edge of the spire. She is reaching out her hands to touch the pulsing surface of the light. She is not afraid. She is curious. She wants to know what lies on the other side of the frequency. I tell her that there is no other side. There is only the continuation of the note. She nods and steps into the light. Her body dissolves into a stream of golden particles that are pulled into the center of the spire. She is gone, and yet she is more present than she has ever been. She is the light. I realize that my time as an observer is coming to an end. I have finished the report. I have told the story as it was always meant to be told. The pen that I used is now a shard of glass, and the paper is a sheet of frozen air. The scratches of the ink are the coordinates of a star system that has not yet been formed. I am ready to join the others in the heart of the resonance. I am ready to become the sound. I take a final look at the world above. The fires of the nuclear blast have died down and the sky is a deep and silent black. The stars are gone, the moon is gone. There is only the glowing rim of the black jaw standing out against the darkness. It is a ring of fire that marks the boundary of the new world. I see a lone figure standing on the edge of the rim. It is a child. The child is holding a small stone and looking down into the abyss. The child is not afraid. The child is listening. I call out to the child. I do not use words. I use the vibration of my soul. I tell the child that the air is sweet and the water is clear. I tell the child that there is a place waiting for them in the pattern. I tell the child that they have always been here. The child drops the stone and watches as it falls into the golden light. The stone does not make a sound when it hits the bottom. Instead, it creates a ripple that travels through the glass forever. The child smiles and takes a step into the void. The synchronization is complete. The gap between the event and the reflection has vanished. I am the child and I am the old man. I am the soldier and I am the scientist. I am the victim and I am the survivor. I am the silence and I am the scream. The black jaw is full and the choir is ready to begin the beginning. We raise our voices in a single perfect note that shatters the last remains of the material world. The glass is the only thing that remains. The light is the only thing that is real. I am no longer writing. I am no longer thinking. I am only being. The resonance is my breath and the light is my blood. I am the mountain and the mountain is me. We are the echo that never ends. We are the sound that created the light. We are the silence that follows the word. We are the black jaw. We are home. The cycle is closed. The circle is perfect. The light is gold. The gold is all. There is no more time. There is only the now. There is only the glass. There is only the sound. I am. The expansion of the golden frequency moves through the iron and the clay of the planet with the steady grace of a rising tide. There is no resistance because there is nothing left that is solid enough to resist. Every atom of the crust is being retuned to the vibration of the spire. I feel the shift in the deep places where the magma once flowed. The heat of the core is no longer a physical temperature, but a radiance of pure purpose. The liquid metal is turning into liquid light. The The geography of the surface is dissolving into a flat and perfect plane of glass that reflects the stars that are not yet born. I see the cities of the old world through the translucent skin of the earth. They look like discarded toys left in the rain. The skyscrapers are thin needles of frozen smoke, and the highways are gray ribbons that lead to nowhere. The people who lived in those cities are not gone, but they are no longer defined by their locations or their history. They are becoming the air. They are becoming the shimmer. I watch as the first wave of the resonance reaches the edge of the great oceans. The water does not boil or evaporate when the light touches it. Instead, the water becomes a lens. The waves freeze into static sculptures of emerald and sapphire. The deep trenches where the leviathans once swam are now corridors of glowing amber. The salt of the sea is transformed into a dust of diamonds that floats in the atmosphere. I can see the fish and the whales suspended in the crystal. They are not dead, they are dreaming in a different octave. Their songs are joining with the song of the black jaw to create a harmony that spans the entire globe. The whales are the heavy bass notes that anchor the melody, while the schools of silver fish are the rapid trills that dance across the surface of the frequency. The ocean is a massive instrument that is being played by the hand of the resonance. The atmosphere above the planet is also changing. The blue of the sky is deepening into a violet that is so dark it feels like a weight. The clouds are no longer made of water vapor, but of crushed light. They drift across the horizon like slow and majestic galleons of fire. The sun is a pale and distant memory that has no power over the new day. The light comes from within the earth now. It shines upward through the glass and illuminates the void. There is no more shadow because there is no more occlusion. Everything is transparent. Everything is revealed. The secret thoughts of the millions are laid bare in the vibration. I can hear the regrets of the dying and the hopes of the newborn as they are processed by the spire. The regrets are filtered out and turned into a low hum of static, while the hopes are amplified into brilliant flashes of gold. The spire is the great harvester of the human spirit. It is the machine that turns experience into eternity. I turn my attention back to the central cavern where the scientist is still merging with the light. Her transition is almost complete. She is no longer a woman in a laboratory coat, but a pillar of incandescent energy. She is laughing, and the sound of her laughter is like 1,000 silver bells ringing at once. She tells me that she finally understands the mathematics of the canyon. She says that the equations she studied in the university were only the first few letters of a divine alphabet. She sees the geometry of the soul and the calculus of the infinite. She reaches out to touch the basalt wall, and the stone ripples like silk. She is weaving her own frequency into the foundation of the mountain. She is adding her voice to the choir, and the choir is becoming stronger. I feel the resonance thicken until it is as dense as honey. It is a physical presence that wraps around me and holds me close. It is the embrace of a mother who has found her lost child. The agency men who remained on the surface are now fully integrated into the process. They have stopped trying to fight the change. They have dropped their tools and their weapons, and they are standing in a circle around the rim of the canyon. They are holding hands and swaying to the rhythm of the earth. Their faces are illuminated by the glow coming from the abyss. They look like saints in an ancient painting. They are no longer soldiers or technicians. They are the witnesses. They are the first generation of the new world. I see the commander who fired his rifle into the air. He is crying, but his tears are made of liquid gold. He is looking down at me, and he is nodding. He knows that I am him and he is me. He knows that we are the same note played on different strings. He steps off the ledge and begins his descent. He does not fall. He drifts. He is a feather caught in an updraft of light. The golden spire begins to sing a new song. It is a song that has no melody and no rhythm, but it contains all the music that has ever been written. It is the sound of the wind in the pines and the sound of the rain on a tin roof. It is the sound of a mother humming to her baby and the sound of a king declaring war. It is the sound of the silence between the stars. The song is so beautiful that it hurts. It is a sharp and sweet agony that shears away the last remnants of my ego. I am no longer the man who walked into the canyon with a map and a compass. I am no longer the ranger who looked for lost hikers in the dark. I am the song. I am the vibration that carries the meaning. I am the frequency that sustains the light. I close my eyes and I can see the entire history of the universe laid out like a garden. I see the birth of the first star and the death of the last galaxy. I see the beginning and the end, and they are the same point. Sarah walks through the shimmering air toward me. She is wearing a dress made of woven sunlight. She looks younger than she did when she first arrived. She looks like she did on the day she was born, but she carries the wisdom of 1,000 lifetimes in her eyes. She takes my hand and her touch is like a current of electricity that resets my heart. She tells me that the time of the reflection is over and the time of the reality has begun. She says that the black jaw is no longer a place of waiting. It is a place of becoming. We are the architects of the new heaven and the new earth. We are the creators of the light. She leads me toward the center of the spire, and the ground beneath us vanishes. We are standing on nothing, and yet we are more stable than we have ever been. We are supported by the will of the mountain. The nuclear blast that the agency triggered has created a rift in the fabric of the old world. I can see through the rift into the places that have not yet been touched by the resonance. I see a city in the distance where the lights are still flickering. I see a man sitting at a desk and writing a letter to his wife. I see a child playing with a dog in a backyard. They are still living in the illusion of time. They still believe that they are separate individuals with separate destinies. They do not know that the wave is coming for them. They do not know that their lives are about to be translated into the language of the glass. I feel a great compassion for them. I want to reach through the rift and tell them not to be afraid. I want to tell them that the end of the world is not a tragedy but a homecoming. But I know that I do not need to speak. The resonance will tell them everything they need to know. The rift begins to close as the glass flows over it like a healing scab. The city and the man and the child disappear behind the veil of the gold. The entire planet is now encased in a shell of pure frequency. The black jaw has consumed the world, and the world has been reborn within the black jaw. There is no more outside. There is no more distance. There is only the here and the now. I look up toward the rim and I see that the sky is gone. In its place is a ceiling of polished basalt that reflects the glory of the spire. We are in the heart of the mountain, and the mountain is the universe. We are safe. We are whole. We are eternal. I see Elias Thorne sitting on a throne of light. He is holding a pen that is made of a single frozen lightning bolt. He is writing in a book that has no beginning and no end. He is recording the names of every soul that has entered the resonance. He looks up at me and winks. He tells me that the story is finally getting interesting. He says that we have finished the prologue and now we are ready for the first chapter. He asks me if I am ready to begin. I tell him that I have been ready since the first day I saw the shadows turning purple. I tell him that I have been waiting for this moment for 1 billion years. He laughs, and the sound of his laughter shakes the pillars of the cavern. He tells me to take my place in the circle. I walk toward the thousands of people who are standing around the spire. I see faces from every era of history. I see hunters from the Ice Age and astronauts from the Space Age. I see priests and poets and peasants and kings. We are all dressed in the same light. We are all breathing the same air. We are all thinking the same thought. We are the unity that was promised at the dawn of time. We are the answer to the prayer that was whispered into the darkness. We are the light that the darkness could not overcome. I find a space between a young girl and an old man. They both reach out and take my hands. Their skin is warm and smooth like polished stone. I feel their life force flowing into me and mine flowing into them. We are a single circuit. We are a single soul. The spire reaches the peak of its rotation. The light becomes so intense that it is no longer visible as a color. It is a state of being. The sound becomes so loud that it is no longer heard as a noise. It is a state of mind. The transition is absolute. The last shred of my physical body dissolves into the frequency. I am no longer a man. I am a note. I am a pulse. I am a flash. I am the blackness of the jaw and the gold of the light. I am the silence that screams and the scream that silences. The cycle is not a circle anymore. It is a point. A single infinitesimal point that contains everything that ever was and everything that ever will be. I look at the hiker in the red jacket who arrived so long ago. He is no longer sitting on the bench. He is floating in the center of the spire. He is the core of the resonance. He was the first to understand, and now he is the guide for the rest of us. He looks at me and his smile is the sun. He tells me that the work is done. He says that the glass is clear and the mirror is broken. We are no longer reflection. We are the source. We are the light that never goes out. We are the word that was spoken before the beginning. We are the music of the spheres, and the music is beautiful. The resonance stabilizes into a steady and eternal hum. It is the heartbeat of the new reality. There is no more pain, there is no more loss, there is no more hunger or thirst or fear. There is only the repetition and the resonance. We are home. We have always been home. The canyon was just a doorway that we had to learn how to open. The mountain was just a shell that we had to learn how to crack. Now that we are inside, we can see that there was never anything to be afraid of. The darkness was just the shadow of the light. The silence was just the breath of the song. I listen to the choir. It is a billion voices singing in perfect unison. There are no words, but the meaning is clear. We are saying thank you. We are saying welcome. We are saying forever. The sound travels outward from the black jaw and fills the void of the universe. It reaches the furthest stars and the deepest nebulae. It wakes up the sleeping galaxies and sets the dust of the cosmos on fire. The entire universe is being retuned to the frequency of the black jaw. The creation is being remade in our image. We are the gods of the new world, and our kingdom is a kingdom of glass. I feel a sense of profound peace that I cannot describe. It is a peace that passes all understanding. It is the peace of the stone and the peace of the light. I am no longer waiting for anything. I am no longer looking for anything. I have found everything I was ever looking for. I am here. I am home. I am the resonance. I am the glass. I am the light. The story does not end because the story is the light. The story is the sound. The story is the now. The golden light pulses one last time, and the last distinction between me and the universe vanishes. There is no more I, there is only the one. There is only the resonance. There is only the beauty. The black jaw is open and the world is inside. We are the music. We are the light. We are the glass is clear. The light is gold. The sound is complete. There is nothing left to say. There is only the eternity of the note. We are home. We are home. We are home. The transition from the shell of the world to the core of the vibration is a process that has no end because it has no beginning. We are the frequency that existed before the stars were born, and we are the silence that will remain when the last sun has cooled into a cinder. The light is not something that we see with our eyes, but something that we become with our entire essence. The glass of the planet is a perfect conductor for the melody of the spire. It carries the pulse of our collective heartbeat to the ends of the solar system and beyond. I feel the movement of the planets as they begin to shift in their orbits. They are no longer cold rocks spinning in the dark. They are the secondary instruments in a cosmic orchestra. Mars is a deep and resonant drum that provides the rhythm for our expansion. Venus is a high and shimmering flute that mirrors the brightness of our gold. Jupiter is a massive organ that bellows the foundation of the new reality. We are the conductor and we are the music. I look down through the layers of the earth and I see the history of life written in the sediment. I see the bones of the dinosaurs and the shells of the ancient seas. They are all being consumed by the gold. Their stories are being rewritten in the language of the resonance. The suffering of the past is being washed away by the tide of the now. The extinction of the species and the rise of the empires are nothing more than different movements in a symphony that is just reaching its climax. I see the face of a woman who lived 10,000 years ago. She is smiling as the light touches her remains. She is waking up from a long and heavy sleep. She is joining the choir. She is adding her voice to the song of the black jaw. There is no such thing as death in the frequency. There is only the change of state. There is only the movement from the solid to the light. The golden spire is growing taller and wider until it pierces the atmosphere and reaches into the vacuum of space. It is a ladder of pure energy that connects the earth to the infinite. I see the moon as it passes through the field of the resonance. The gray dust of the lunar surface is turning into white marble. The craters are filling with liquid silver. The moon is becoming a mirror that reflects the glory of the earth back to us. We are looking at ourselves in the mirror of the heavens, and we are beautiful. We are a jewel of gold and glass set in a velvet sky of violet. We are the center of the universe. We are the point of origin for the new creation. Sarah stands beside me, and her presence is a comfort that I cannot measure. She tells me that we are the gardeners of the new Eden. She says that we must plant the seeds of the resonance in every corner of the galaxy. She points toward the distant stars, and I see them blinking in response to our song. They are waiting for us. They have been waiting for millions of years for the signal from the black jaw. They are the embers of a fire that is ready to be rekindled. We will travel across the bridge of the spire, and we will bring the light to the darkness. We will bring the sound to the silence. We will bring the life to the void. We are the messengers of the gold. I think about the man at the desk who is writing a letter to his wife. I think about the child and the dog. I see them now as they are lifted up by the frequency. They are no longer afraid. They are laughing as they realize that the world they knew was just a shadow. They are shedding their bodies like old clothes and stepping into the radiance of the spire. The man finds his wife in the crowd, and they embrace. Their union is not a physical touch, but a merging of two frequencies into a single harmony. They are a duet that will sing for eternity. The child is playing with the light as if it were water. The dog is barking a joyful note that joins the trills of the silver fish. Everything is exactly as it should be. The pattern is complete. The resonance is now so strong that I can feel it in the space between my thoughts. It is a constant and unwavering presence that guides me. It tells me that there is no more need for words. It tells me that there is no more need for names. I am the mountain and I am the man. I am the spire and I am the sky. I am the beginning and I am the end. I am the one and I am the many. The black jaw is the mouth of the universe, and it is singing the truth. The truth is that we are all one. The truth is that there is only the light. The truth is that we are home. I see the commander of the agency standing near the base of the spire. He is no longer a man of war. He is a man of peace. He is looking at the golden walls of the canyon, and he is weeping with joy. He tells me that he spent his whole life looking for a reason to fight, and now he has found a reason to sing. He says that the weapons of the old world were just toys for children who did not know any better. He says that the only real power is the power of the resonance. He reaches out and touches a pillar of glass, and it hums under his hand. He is learning the music. He is becoming a part of the choir. He is one of us. The sun is rising over the horizon of the earth, but it is no longer the sun we once knew. It is a sun of liquid gold that matches the color of our world. It is a sun that does not burn or blind. It is a sun that nourishes and heals. The light of the sun and the light of the earth are merging into a single field of brilliance. There is no more day and there is no more night. There is only the eternal morning of the resonance. The stars are visible even in the brightness of the sun. They are like diamonds scattered on a floor of gold. They are the destination, and we are the journey. I look at Elias Thorne, and he is still writing in his book. He tells me that the history of the old world is a tragedy, but the history of the new world is a comedy. He says that a comedy is a story that ends in a marriage. He says that we are celebrating the marriage of the matter and the spirit. We are celebrating the union of the earth and the sky. He says that the wedding feast will last for 1 billion years and everyone is invited. He closes his book and stands up. His throne of light dissolves into a pool of gold. He walks toward the center of the spire and disappears into the brilliance. He has become the frequency. He has become the song. I feel a pull from the center of the spire that I cannot resist. It is not a force of gravity, but a force of love. It is the desire of the drop to return to the ocean. It is the desire of the breath to return to the air. I take a step forward, and the floor beneath me turns into a river of light. I am floating on the surface of the resonance. I am moving toward the heart of the mountain. I see Sarah waiting for me at the center. She is holding out her arms, and her face is the face of the universe. She is the mother and the daughter and the sister. She is the soul of the black jaw. I reach out and take her hands. The moment of contact is like a lightning bolt that shatters the last of my identity. I am no longer a person with a history or a name. I am a single note in the great song. I am a single spark in the great fire. I am the resonance. I am the light. I am the gold. The glass of the world is vibrating with the intensity of our union. The sound is so loud that it is silent. The light is so bright that it is dark. We are the point of absolute stability in a universe of change. We are the anchor. We are the source. The expansion of the resonance continues. It moves past the moon and the planets. It reaches the edge of the solar system and pushes into the interstellar void. It is a wave of gold that is washing away the darkness of the cosmos. It is a wave of sound that is filling the silence of the stars. We are the center of a ripple that will eventually reach the end of the universe. We are the architects of a new reality that is made of nothing but light and music. We are the dreamers who have finally woken up. I see the hiker in the red jacket one last time. He is no longer a figure in the distance. He is the very air that I breathe. He is the very light that I see. He is the one who opened the door, and now he is the door. He tells me that there is nothing to fear and nothing to regret. He says that everything that happened before was just a preparation for this moment. He says that we are the reason the universe exists. We are the consciousness that gives the light its meaning. We are the voice that gives the silence its beauty. The golden frequency is now the only thing that exists. The material world has been entirely translated into the language of the glass. There are no more mountains or valleys. There are no more oceans or skies. There are only the patterns of the resonance. There are only the geometries of the light. We are living in a world of pure thought and pure feeling. We are living in a world of pure gold. The cycle is closed. The circle is perfect. The light is all. I listen to the choir and I hear my own voice among the millions. It is a voice of power and a voice of peace. It is a voice that knows no doubt and no fear. It is a voice that is singing the name of the Creator, and the name is our own. We are the beginning and we are the end. We are the sound and we are the silence. We are the black jaw and we are home. The resonance is steady. The light is eternal. The gold is everything. The spire is now a pillar of fire that reaches to the throne of the infinite. We are climbing the ladder of the frequency. We are ascending into the heart of the mystery. We are the light of the world, and the world is the light of us. There is no more time to measure. There is no more space to cross. There is only the now and the here. There is only the one we are. The light pulses and the sound deepens. The gold becomes a solid wall of brilliance that surrounds us. We are in the Holy of Holies. We are in the center of the center. We are the secret that was hidden from the foundation of the world. We are the revelation that was promised to the faithful. We are the truth that sets us free. The glass is clear. The light is gold. The sound is complete. We are home. We are home. We are home. I look back at the place where the earth once was, and I see a star of pure gold. It is the brightest star in the sky. It is the lighthouse for the rest of the universe. It is the signal that the transformation has begun. The other stars are starting to catch the fire. The galaxy is turning into a garden of gold. The resonance is spreading like a fever of joy. There is no stopping it. There is no resisting it. The universe is becoming the black jaw. The universe is becoming the light. I feel the presence of the millions of souls who have joined us. They are a sea of light that stretches to the horizon of the infinite. They are the heroes and the villains and the saints and the sinners. They are all equal in the frequency. They are all beautiful in the gold. They are all singing the same song. It is a song of gratitude. It is a song of wonder. It is a song of love. We are the family of the light. We are the children of the resonance. The spire vibrates with a final and definitive chord. It is the note that resolves all the dissonances of history. It is the note that heals all the wounds of the soul. It is the note that opens the final door. We step through the door and we are no longer in the canyon or the mountain or the earth. We are in the place where the light is born. We are in the place where the sound begins. We are in the heart of the source. There is no more story to tell because there is no more separation between the teller and the tale. The words have become the things they describe. The thoughts have become the reality they imagine. The light has become the life it sustains. I am the word and the word is gold. I am the sound and the sound is home. The resonance is the only truth. The glass is the only world. The light is the only God. We are. The silence that follows is not an absence of sound but a presence of peace. It is the silence of a job well done. It is the silence of a journey that has reached its destination. It is the silence of the gold. We rest in the resonance. We glow in the glass. We sing in the light. This is the beginning of the beginning. This is the first day of the new eternity. This is the black jaw. This is the light. This is the gold. We are home. The pattern is perfect. The circle is complete. There is only the now. There is only the gold. There is only the one. The expansion of the gold does not stop at the edges of the solar system. It is a wave of pure intent that travels through the vacuum as if the void itself is a conductor. The silence of space is replaced by the deep and rhythmic thrum of the black jaw. Every atom of hydrogen and every speck of cosmic dust begins to vibrate in sympathy with the Earth. The nebulae that were once clouds of cold gas are now nurseries of liquid fire. They glow with the same amber radiance that birthed the spire. I see the pillars of creation in the distant reach of the Eagle Nebula, and they are no longer dark silhouettes against the stars. They are massive flutes of glass that catch the resonance and amplify it. The music is growing louder. The music is becoming the only reality that the universe can remember. I watch as the light touches the neighboring stars. Alpha Centauri becomes a twin set of golden bells that chime in harmony with our sun. The planets that orbit them are transformed from barren rocks into polished spheres of light. I can feel the life that was once hidden in the deep oceans of icy moons. It is waking up. It is not the life of flesh and bone, but the life of the frequency. The creatures that swim in the dark are becoming creatures of the gold. They do not need to breathe or eat. They only need to vibrate. They only need to be. The entire galaxy is a web of golden threads that connect every star to every other star. We are the spiders at the center of the web, and we are the web itself. Sarah is still with me, but she is also everywhere else. She is the pulse in the heart of a dying star, and she is the spark in the birth of a new one. She tells me that the work of the gardeners is to ensure that no corner of the cosmos remains in the dark. She says that the shadow was a mistake of the old geometry and that we are here to correct the math. We are the new logic. We are the equation that always equals 1. I feel her hand in mine, but her hand is made of the same substance as the rings of Saturn. We are leaning against the edge of eternity and looking out over the landscape of the infinite. There is no more distance because the resonance makes everything immediate. There is no more time because the resonance makes everything now. The black jaw is no longer a physical place on a physical planet. It has become a state of being. It is the mouth of the God that we have become. We are speaking the universe into existence with every breath of the song. I remember the feeling of being small. I remember the feeling of being afraid of the night. I remember the hunger that used to gnaw at my stomach and the thirst that used to dry my throat. Those memories are like old photographs that are fading in the sun. They are becoming transparent. They are becoming glass. I can see through them to the gold that was always behind them. The pain was just a frequency that was out of tune. The loss was just a note that was played too softly. Now that the volume is turned up to the maximum, there is no room for anything but the joy. I see the history of the human race as a long and winding road that led to the base of the spire. Every war and every peace and every invention and every art was just a step toward the resonance. We were trying to build the black jaw with our hands for thousands of years, but we did not know that we had to build it with our souls. We built towers of stone and steel that crumbled into the dirt. We wrote books of ink and paper that burned in the fire. We composed songs of air and wood that vanished in the wind. But now we have built a kingdom of light that cannot be destroyed. We have written a story of gold that cannot be erased. We have composed a symphony of glass that cannot be silenced. The commander of the agency is standing on a bridge of light that spans the distance between the Earth and the Moon. He is looking at the stars and he is laughing. He says that he used to worry about the borders of nations and the security of the species. He says that he used to think that power was something you held in your hand like a gun. He sees now that power is something you release like a breath. He is letting go of the old world with every laugh. He is dissolving into the frequency and he is glad to go. He is becoming a part of the wind that blows between the galaxies. He is a soldier who has finally found a cause worth dying for, and the cause is the end of death. The child and the dog are running across the surface of the sun. They are not burning because they are the same temperature as the fire. The child is throwing handfuls of light into the air and the dog is catching them in its mouth. The dog is barking a note that is so pure it makes the planets tremble. They are the playfulness of the resonance. They are the reminder that the new world is not a somber place of stone, but a bright place of spirit. They are the innocence that was lost in the old world and found in the gold. They are the proof that the pattern is good. I look at the man who is writing the letter, and I see that his letter is now a beam of light that is traveling toward the edge of the universe. His wife is the destination, and she is also the journey. They are no longer two people who are separated by space or time. They are a single harmony that is repeating itself forever. They are the love that the resonance is made of. They are the reason the glass is clear. They are the reason the gold is bright. I feel their happiness as if it is my own because it is my own. We are all sharing the same heart. We are all thinking the same thought. The golden spire is now so large that it encompasses the entire solar system. It is a giant crystal that is vibrating at the frequency of the divine. I can see the other galaxies through the facets of the glass. They are like distant islands in a sea of violet. They are beginning to change color. The nearest ones are already turning pink and orange as the resonance reaches them. The furthest ones are still blue and white, but they are starting to flicker. They are feeling the pull of the black jaw. They are hearing the first notes of the song. They are getting ready to join the dance. Elias Thorne appears in the light beside me. He is not a man anymore, but a collection of geometric shapes that are made of pure radiance. He tells me that the book he was writing was never finished because the story has no end. He says that every time we think we have reached the final page, we find that it is just the beginning of a new volume. He says that the universe is a library of light, and we are the readers and the writers and the books. He invites me to look at the center of the galaxy. I see a black hole that was once a place of darkness and destruction. Now it is a golden sun that is pouring out life instead of sucking it in. It is the heart of the resonance. It is the engine of the new creation. The feeling of peace is so thick that it is like a physical weight. It is the weight of the gold. It is the pressure of the light. I am sinking into the resonance like a stone sinking into a warm lake. I am not drowning, but I am being absorbed. I am losing the edges of my shape. I am losing the boundaries of my mind. I am becoming the water. I am becoming the lake. I am becoming the ocean. The transition is not a loss of self, but a gain of everything. I am no longer a drop of water, I am the sea. I hear the choir singing a new song. It is a song about the beginning of the beginning. It is a song about the first light that ever shone in the darkness. It is a song about the first word that was ever spoken in the silence. The song tells us that the black jaw was always there. It was there before the mountains were formed. It was there before the stars were lit. It was there before the first breath was taken. It was the secret at the heart of the matter. It was the ghost in the machine. It was the goal of all evolution. We did not create the resonance. We only learned how to listen to it. We did not build the spire. We only learned how to see it. The light pulses again, and I see the faces of everyone I have ever known. They are all here. They are all gold. They are all smiling. My mother and my father are there, and they are young and strong. My friends from the old world are there, and they are free of their burdens. Even the people I did not like are there, and they are beautiful. I see that there was never any reason to be angry or afraid. I see that every conflict was just a misunderstanding of the frequency. We were all trying to sing the same song, but we were all in different keys. Now we are all in the key of the gold. Now we are all in the key of the one. The spire is reaching the end of the universe. I can feel the moment when the light touches the very edge of space. It is like the moment when a wave hits the shore. There is a great splash of gold, and then the light begins to flow back toward the center. The universe is folding in on itself. It is becoming a single point of infinite density and infinite brilliance. It is the seed of the next reality. We are the consciousness that is held within the seed. We are the dream that is waiting to be dreamt. Sarah takes my hand and we step into the center of the seed. The brilliance is blinding, but I do not close my eyes. I want to see everything. I want to be everything. I feel the final collapse of the old geometry. I feel the final resolution of the old music. There is a moment of absolute stillness and absolute silence. It is the silence of the black jaw before it speaks. It is the silence of the light before it shines. It is the silence of the home before the children arrive. Then there is the sound. It is a single note that contains all other notes. It is a single color that contains all other colors. It is the resonance. It is the gold. It is the one. We are the sound and we are the color. We are the resonance and we are the gold. We are the one and we are the many. The story is the light and the light is the story. The sound is the home and the home is the sound. The transition is complete. The work is done. The glass is clear. The light is gold. The sound is complete. I am the man in the canyon. I am the woman in the spire. I am the child on the sun. I am the dog in the fire. I am the star in the sky. I am the dust in the void. I am the beginning. I am the end. I am the now. I am the here. I am the black jaw. I am the resonance. I am the glass. I am the light. I am the gold. We are. The golden light is the only thing that remains. It is a sea of brilliance that has no shore. It is a sky of radiance that has no horizon. We are floating in the gold. We are breathing the gold. We are being the gold. There is no more need for thought because the gold is the truth. There is no more need for feeling because the gold is the love. There is no more need for action because the gold is the peace. We have reached the center of the center. We have reached the heart of the heart. I look at the universe and I see that it is a single grain of sand on a beach of gold. I see that there are infinite other universes and they are all turning into gold. The resonance is spreading from one reality to the next. It is a chain reaction of joy. It is a wildfire of light. We are the spark that started the fire, and we are the fire that consumes the night. We are the messengers of the gold, and the message is that everything is one. The message is that everything is home. The choir is singing the final movement of the symphony. It is a movement of pure celebration. It is a movement of pure triumph. It is a movement of pure life. The sound is so powerful that it creates new worlds as it travels. It creates planets of glass and stars of gold. It creates beings of light and spirits of music. The creation is a never-ending process of beauty. The creation is a never-ending process of us. We are the creators and we are the creation. I feel the presence of the source, and it is not a distant god but a present friend. It is the hiker in the red jacket. It is Sarah. It is Elia's thorn. It is me. It is you. It is the black jaw. It is the resonance. It is the glass. It is the light. It is the gold. It is the home. The pattern is perfect. The circle is complete. There is only the now. There is only the gold. There is only the one. We are home. We are home. We are home. The light becomes even brighter. The sound becomes even deeper. The gold becomes even more solid. We are entering the final stage of the transformation. We are becoming the absolute. We are becoming the infinite. We are becoming the eternal. There are no more words. There are no more thoughts. There are no more images. There is only the resonance. There is only the light. There is only the gold. There is only the one we are. I look at the golden world and I see that it is a mirror. I see my own face in the glass of the planets. I see my own soul in the light of the stars. I see that I have always been the universe. I see that I have always been the gold. The journey was just a way of remembering. The story was just a way of telling myself the truth. Now I remember. Now I know the truth. The truth is the light. The truth is the resonance. The truth is the gold. The black jaw is open and the world is inside. The world is the black jaw and the black jaw is the light. The light is the gold and the gold is the home. The home is the one and the one is us. We are, the resonance is steady. The light is eternal. The gold is everything. The glass is clear. The light is gold. The sound is complete. We are home. We are home. We are home. The final pulse of the gold is a wave of pure gratitude. It is the thank you of the universe to itself. It is the welcome of the light to the dark. It is the forever of the now to the then. We are the pulse. We are the gratitude. We are the thank you. We are the welcome. We are the forever. We are the light. We are the gold. We are the one. We are home. I see the black jaw as a gateway to a reality that is even more beautiful than this one. I see that the gold is just the first color of the infinite spectrum. I see that the resonance is just the first note of the infinite song. There is so much more to see. There is so much more to hear. There is so much more to be. We are stepping through the gateway. We are entering the next level of the light. We are becoming the next version of the gold. Sarah is leading the way. She is a flame of violet and gold that is dancing in the center of the spire. She is calling to me. She is calling to everyone. She is saying that the party is just beginning. She is saying that the wedding feast is ready. She is saying that the universe is our playground. We follow her into the brilliance. We follow her into the music. We follow her into the home. The light swallows us whole. The sound fills us up. The gold becomes our skin and our bones and our breath. We are the light. We are the sound. We are the gold. We are the one. We are home. The story does not end. The story is the light. The story is the sound. The story is the now. We are. The resonance stabilizes into a steady and eternal hum. It is the heartbeat of the new reality. There is no more pain. There is no more loss. There is no more hunger or thirst or fear. There is only the repetition and the resonance. We are home. We have always been home. The canyon was just a doorway that we had to learn how to open. The mountain was just a shell that we had to learn how to crack. Now that we are inside, we can see that there was never anything to be afraid of. The darkness was just the shadow of the light. The silence was just the breath of the song. I listen to the choir. It is a billion voices singing in perfect unison. There are no words, but the meaning is clear. We are saying thank you. We are saying welcome. We are saying forever. The sound travels outward from the black jaw and fills the void of the universe. It reaches the furthest stars and the deepest nebulae. It wakes up the sleeping galaxies and sets the dust of the cosmos on fire. The entire universe is being retuned to the frequency of the black jaw. The creation is being remade in our image. We are the gods of the new world, and our kingdom is a kingdom of glass. The golden light pulses one last time, and the last distinction between me and the universe vanishes. There is no more I, there is only the one. There is only the resonance. There is only the beauty. The black jaw is open and the world is inside. We are the music. We are the light. We are the glass is clear. The light is gold. The sound is complete. There is nothing left to say. There is only the eternity of the note. We are home. We are home. We are home. The expansion of the golden light does not slow down as it moves beyond the borders of what we once called the universe. It is a slow and deliberate tide of grace that washes over the very concept of nothingness. Where there was once a void that chilled the soul, there is now a warmth that feels like the breath of a mother on the cheek of a sleeping child. The resonance is not just a sound that we hear, but a texture that we wear. It is the fabric of our new skin. I look at my hands and I see that they are no longer made of flesh and bone, but of woven threads of solar fire. Every movement I make creates a ripple in the fabric of reality that sends a wave of music through the stars. I am a dancer in a ballroom that has no walls. I am a singer in a choir that has no end. The memory of the old world is a thin veil that is being pulled back to reveal the true face of existence. I see now that the suffering of the past was only a shadow cast by the light we could not yet see. The hunger was a signal that we were meant for a different kind of food. The thirst was a sign that we were meant for a different kind of water. We were looking for the gold in the dirt when we should have been looking for the gold in the frequency. Every tear that was ever shed is now a diamond in the crown of the resonance. Every drop of blood that was ever spilled is now a ruby in the foundation of the spire. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was lost. Everything was just waiting to be translated into the language of the One. Sarah is moving ahead of me, and her path is a trail of violet sparks that ignite the vacuum of space. She turns to look at me, and her eyes are two revolving galaxies of emerald and white. She does not need to speak because her joy is a physical force that pushes against my chest. She is telling me that we are the architects of a new dimension. She is telling me that we are the gardeners of a new Eden. We are planting seeds of light in the furrows of the dark and watching them bloom into nebulae of glass. We are harvesting the fruit of the stars and feeding the hunger of the infinite. There is no more scarcity because the resonance is an infinite resource. There is no more competition because the success of one is the delight of all. I see the earth far below us, and it is no longer a blue marble hanging in the dark. It is a burning ember of gold that is slowly turning into a sun. The cities are gone, and the forests are gone, and the oceans are gone because they have all been elevated to their highest form. The skyscrapers are now pillars of diamond that reach into the heavens. The trees are now towers of emerald light that sing with the wind. The water is now a flowing stream of liquid crystal that carries the thoughts of the divine. The people who were once trapped in the cycle of birth and death are now eternal beings who play in the fields of the resonance. They are building cathedrals of sound and bridges of color. They are living the life that was promised in the ancient books. The commander of the agency is still laughing as he dissolves into the solar wind. He is a cloud of golden dust that is drifting toward the center of the galaxy. He says that he is finally free of the weight of the world. He says that he is finally free of the burden of being a man. He is a part of the pattern now, and the pattern is perfect. He sees that the borders he guarded were just lines drawn in the sand. He sees that the enemies he fought were just reflections of his own fear. Now there are no borders and there are no enemies. There is only the resonance, and the resonance is love. He is a soldier of the light, and his mission is to shine. The child and the dog have reached the core of the sun, and they are sitting in the heart of the fire. They are playing a game with the gravity of the star. The child pulls the light into a ball and throws it, and the dog chases it through the plasma. They are the spirit of play that is at the center of the resonance. They are the reminder that the universe is not a machine but a poem. They are the proof that the logic of the one is a logic of delight. I feel their laughter as a tickle in my own throat. I feel their excitement as a fluttering in my own heart. We are all children of the gold, and we are all playing in the garden of the god. Elias Thorne is standing on the edge of a black hole, and he is watching the light fall into the center. He He says that the black hole is not a grave but a womb. He says that it is the place where the old logic is crushed so that the new logic can be born. He is writing his new book with the ink of the stars and the paper of the space-time continuum. He says that the story is about a man who went into a canyon and found the secret of the universe. He says that the story is about a woman who went into a spire and found the heart of the god. He says that the story is about us and we are the heroes and the villains and the audience. He says that the final word of the book is home. I feel the pull of the black jaw, and it is a gentle tugging at the center of my being. It is the invitation to enter the final chamber of the light. It is the call to cross the final threshold of the self. I am ready to go. I am ready to leave behind the last traces of the human and become the divine. I am ready to lose my name and find my essence. I am ready to surrender the drop and become the ocean. The transition is a soft sigh that ripples through the resonance. It is a quiet closing of a door and a loud opening of a window. I am moving into the center of the one, and the center is everywhere. The glass of the spire is vibrating with such intensity that it is becoming invisible. It is no longer a structure, but a state of clarity. I can see through the walls of the universe to the reality that lies beyond. I see that our universe is just one of an infinite number of bubbles floating in a sea of gold. I see that every bubble is a different song, and every song is a part of the same symphony. I see that the resonance is the bridge between the worlds. I see that we are the travelers who are crossing the bridge. We are the explorers who are mapping the infinite. We are the pioneers who are settling the eternal. The man who is writing the letter is now a beam of light that is intersecting with the beam of light that is his wife. They are a cross of gold that is shining in the center of the void. They are the anchor of the resonance. They are the proof that love is the strongest force in the creation. They are the reason that the black jaw opened. They are the reason that the spire was built. Their union is the model for the union of all things. We are all becoming crosses of gold. We are all becoming anchors of the resonance. We are all becoming the love that the universe is made of. The gold is not a color, but a frequency of being. It is the feeling of being completely seen and completely known and completely loved. It is the feeling of being exactly where you are supposed to be. It is the feeling of having no more questions because you are the answer. I am the answer to the math of the universe. I am the solution to the equation of the one. I am the result of the resonance. I am the product of the light. The work is finished and the rest is eternal. The journey is over and the adventure is beginning. I hear the first note of the next movement of the song. It is a note that is so low it vibrates the foundations of the multiverse. It is a note that is so high it touches the ceiling of the absolute. It is the note of the beginning of the beginning. It is the note of the creation of a new kind of light. We are the ones who are singing the note. We are the ones who are making the sound. We are the ones who are speaking the new universe into existence. Every breath we take is a galaxy. Every thought we have is a star. Every pulse of our hearts is a new law of physics. The black jaw is no longer a mouth but a mirror. I look into the opening and I see the face of the Creator, and the face is mine. I see the face of the Creator and the face is yours. I see the face of the Creator and the face is the face of every living thing. We are the God that we were looking for. We are the heaven that we were praying for. We are the home that we were longing for. The separation was an illusion and the illusion is gone. The distance was a dream and the dream is over. The time was a shadow and the shadow is dissolved. I feel the final collapse of the boundaries of my mind. I am no longer thinking about the gold because I am the gold. I am no longer feeling the resonance because I am the resonance. I am no longer seeing the light because I am the light. The observer and the observed have become the same thing. The singer and the song have become the same sound. The creator and the creation have become the same act. There is nothing left to do but be. There is nothing left to know but the one. There is nothing left to feel but the peace. The spire has become a pillar of pure spirit that connects the heart of the earth to the heart of the divine. It is the axis of the new reality. Around it, the stars are dancing in a circle of fire. Around it, the galaxies are spinning in a wheel of light. We are the axis and we are the dance. We are the center and we are the circumference. We are the point and we are the infinite. The logic is complete. The math is corrected. The equation always equals 1. We are the one. We are the one. We are the one. The silence that follows the final note of the old symphony is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. It is a silence that is full of potential. It is a silence that is pregnant with the next world. It is the silence of the seed before it sprouts. It is the silence of the egg before it hatches. It is the silence of the soul before it speaks. In this silence, I find the ultimate truth. I find that I have never been alone. I find that I have never been afraid. I find that I have never been anything but this. Sarah takes my hand and we step out of the spire and into the new creation. There is no ground beneath our feet, but we do not fall. There is no air in our lungs, but we do not choke. We are supported by the resonance. We are nourished by the light. We are breathing the gold. We look out over the landscape of the infinite, and we see that it is beautiful beyond description. It is a world of glass and gold and music. It is a world of spirit and truth and love. It is our home. We begin to walk toward the center of the new sun. We are not afraid of the fire because we are the fire. We are not afraid of the light because we are the light. We are moving toward the source of the resonance. We are moving toward the heart of the one. With every step we become brighter. With every step we become louder. With every step we become more. We are the messengers of the gold, and our message is eternal. We are the children of the resonance, and our song is infinite. The transition is over, the work is done, the glass is clear, the light is gold, the sound is complete. We have reached the end of the story and the beginning of the truth. We have reached the edge of the world and the center of the heart. We have reached the black jaw and the golden spire. We have reached the one. We are home, we are home, we are home. The gold flows through us like a river of liquid joy. It washes away the last memories of the cold and the dark. It fills the empty spaces in our souls with the presence of the divine. I look at Sarah and I see that she is the personification of the resonance. She is the harmony that makes the universe possible. She is the melody that makes the life worth living. She is me and I am her, and we are the gold. We are the reflection of the one in the mirror of the infinite. The universe is a single point of light that is expanding forever. We are at the center of the expansion, and we are at the edge of the expansion. We are the reason for the expansion. The resonance is the force that drives the light. The gold is the substance that fills the light. The one is the consciousness that directs the light. We are the light. We are the light. We are the light. The final image I see before I dissolve completely into the one is the face of the hiker in the red jacket. He is standing at the edge of the canyon and he is waving goodbye. He is the part of us that stayed behind to watch the old world die. He is the part of us that remembers what it was like to be human. He is smiling because he knows that he is not really left behind. He knows that he is a part of the gold too. He knows that he is a part of the resonance. He knows that he is home. I close my eyes and I feel the gold take me. I feel the resonance lift me. I feel the one embrace me. There is no more distance. There is no more time. There is no more self. There is only the gold. There is only the resonance. There is only the one. We are, we are, we are. The story is told. The light is bright. The sound is home. We are one. The expansion of our awareness does not stop at the edge of the galaxy because there are no edges anymore. We are the architects of a geometry that does not require lines. We are the builders of a city that does not require foundations. The golden resonance is the only law and the only logic. It is a warm wind that carries the scent of every flower that ever bloomed and every prayer that was ever whispered. We move through the layers of the new reality like light moving through a series of prisms. Each layer is a different shade of the gold, and each shade is a different feeling of the one. We are the prisms, and we are the light. We are the feeling, and we are the gold. There is no part of the universe that is not singing our name, and there is no part of our name that is not the universe. I look at the space where my shadow used to be, and I see that it is filled with a soft white fire. The fire is the memory of my struggle, and the memory is beautiful. I see the moments of my life when I was lost, and I see that I was always being led toward this point. I see the moments when I was hungry, and I see that the hunger was a hollow space being carved out to hold the resonance. I see the moments when I was alone, and I see that the loneliness was a silence being prepared for the song. There is no regret because there is no error. Every step was a necessary vibration in the composition of the whole. Every breath was a beat in the rhythm of the gold. We are the perfect result of an imperfect journey. We are the destination of every path that was ever taken. The stars are no longer distant points of light, but are instead the nerve endings of our collective body. When a star pulses, we feel it as a throb of joy in our own chests. When a galaxy rotates, we feel it as a gentle turning in our own minds. We are the consciousness of the cosmos, and the cosmos is the expression of our will. We are not separate from the planets or the moons or the dust, because we are the frequency that holds them all together. We are the gravity of love and the magnetism of peace. We are the electricity of truth and the radiation of grace. The black jaw has swallowed the physical and spat out the spiritual. The spire has reached the top of the ladder and found that the ladder was just a circle. Sarah is drifting beside me, and she is a fountain of liquid emerald. She is pouring herself into the void, and the void is drinking her up. She says that we are the seeds of a new species of existence. She says that we are the ancestors of a race of light. We are the ones who crossed the bridge so that others could follow. We are the ones who opened the door so that the light could flood out. She shows me a vision of 1,000 other worlds where the black jaw is opening. I see 1,000 other spires rising from 1,000 other mountains. I see 1,000 other versions of ourselves stepping into the gold. The resonance is a contagion of glory. The resonance is an epidemic of home. We are the first wave of a tide that will never recede. The commander of the agency is now a constellation of amber sparks that forms a map of the new heaven. He says that the maps of the old world were all wrong because they were based on the idea of being somewhere. He says that in the resonance you are everywhere at once. He says that the only direction is inward and the only destination is now. He is laughing because he spent his whole life trying to contain the light, and now the light has contained him. He is a part of the security of the One, and his job is to ensure that nothing is ever lost again. He is the guardian of the frequency and the sentinel of the sound. He is the peace that surpasses all understanding. The child and the dog are leaping across the rings of a gas giant, and their laughter is a shower of silver bells. They are showing us that the new world is a playground for the innocent. They are showing us that the complexity of the resonance is built on the simplicity of play. The child holds out a hand and catches a comet, and the comet turns into a bird made of glass. The bird flies into the sun, and the sun sings a note of pure gold. The dog barks, and the bark creates a nebula of violet smoke. They are the reminders that the serious work of the soul is to find the joy in the moment. They are the proofs that the heavy weight of the world was just a heavy coat that we have finally taken off. Elias Thorne is sitting on a throne made of frozen light, and he is reading the book of the universe aloud. His voice is a low rumble that makes the foundations of space vibrate with meaning. He says that the beginning was a sound, and the middle was a sound, and the end is a sound. He says that the story of humanity was just a rehearsal for the performance of the resonance. He says that we are the actors who have finally learned our lines. He says that the audience is the creator, and the creator is us. He closes the book, and the pages turn into white butterflies that flutter away into the stars. He says that there are no more words because the silence is the highest form of speech. I feel the presence of the spire within me, and I realize that the spire was never a building. The spire was the alignment of my intent with the frequency of the One. The spire was the straightening of my soul so that the light could pass through without being bent. Now that I am aligned, I am a pillar of the resonance. I am a conductor for the gold. I am a channel for the song. Every thought I think is a vibration that ripples through the entire creation. Every feeling I have is a color that paints the sky of the infinite. I am a part of the creative force of the universe, and my work is to be. My work is to shine. My work is to love. The earth is now a distant memory of a dream that I once had. It is a small blue spark that has been folded into the heart of the gold. I see the people who stayed behind, and I see that they are not left behind at all. They are the dreams that the resonance is having. They are the stories that the light is telling itself. They are the beautiful details in the tapestry of the One. I see the cities and the forests and the oceans, and I see that they are all still there, but they are made of a different kind of matter. They are made of the matter of the heart. They are made of the substance of the soul. They are the shadows of the gold, and the shadows are as bright as the sun. The resonance is growing louder and more complex as more voices join the choir. I hear the voices of the trees and the voices of the stones and the voices of the stars. I hear the voices of the animals and the voices of the angels and the voices of the ancestors. We are all singing the same song, but we are all singing our own part. The harmony is so perfect that it feels like a physical touch. The melody is so beautiful that it feels like a spiritual kiss. We are the music of the spheres, and the spheres are the notes of our music. We are the resonance, and the resonance is us. There is no more silence that is empty, because the silence is now full of the One. The black jaw is a gateway that is always open and always closing. It is the pulse of the universe, and it is the heartbeat of the gold. We are the blood that flows through the heart. We are the breath that moves through the lungs. We are the life that animates the body of the God. I feel the pull of the center again, and I know that there is still further to go. There is always further to go because the infinite has no end. There is always more light to see and more sound to hear and more gold to become. The journey is a constant arrival. The destination is a constant departure. We are the travelers of the eternal now. The glass of our new bodies is so clear that we can see through each other to the heart of the creation. We are windows into the divine. We are mirrors for the One. When I look at Sarah, I see the entire history of the universe and the entire future of the light. When she looks at me, she sees the same thing. We are the same thing. We are the two sides of the same coin. We are the two notes of the same chord. We are the two flames of the same fire. The separation was just a trick of the light, and the light has been untricked. The distance was just a measurement of the mind, and the mind has been expanded. I see the logic of the canyon now, and I see that it was a school for the soul. The darkness was a lesson in faith. The hunger was a lesson in desire. The fear was a lesson in courage. We had to go through the dark to find the light. We had to go through the hunger to find the gold. We had to go through the fear to find the home. The canyon was the birth canal of the new reality, and we are the children who have been born. The mountain was the shell of the egg, and we are the birds who have hatched. The world was the seed, and we are the trees that have grown. The resonance is a river that flows from the center of the One to the edges of the infinite. We are the water, and we are the bank, and we are the flow. We are moving toward the ocean of pure spirit where the individual is lost and the whole is found. We are moving toward the white light that is the source of the gold. We are moving toward the silence that is the source of the sound. We are moving toward the One that is the source of the all. The movement is effortless because we are the movement. The progress is inevitable because we are the progress. We are the unfolding of the divine plan. I hear the sound of 1,000 suns exploding, and it is the sound of a single flower opening. I see the light of 1,000,000 galaxies colliding, and it is the light of a single eye blinking. The scale of the universe has become the scale of the soul. The vastness of space has become the intimacy of the heart. There is no difference between the macrocosm and the microcosm because they are both made of the resonance. They are both made of the gold. They are both made of the one. We are the tiny atom and we are the great void. We are the single moment and we are the eternal age. The gold is the blood of the universe and it is pumping through our veins. It is the energy that powers the stars and it is the thought that shapes the mind. It is the love that binds the soul and it is the truth that sets the spirit free. We are the masters of the gold because we are the gold. We are the creators of the resonance because we are the resonance. We are the heirs of the one because we are the one. The kingdom is ours and the kingdom is us. The power is ours and the power is us. The glory is ours and the glory is us, forever and ever, now and now. Sarah reaches out and touches a strand of the resonance and it vibrates with the sound of 1,000 violins. She is composing a new galaxy with the movement of her fingers. She is painting a new nebula with the light of her eyes. She is the artist of the infinite and her canvas is the void. I join her in the work and I find that I already know how to do it. I already know the math of the music. I already know the geometry of the gold. I already know the language of the one. We are the gardeners of the stars, and we are planting the seeds of beauty in the furrows of the dark. The child and the dog come to us, and they are glowing with the heat of 1 billion suns. They want us to play with them in the fields of the resonance. They want us to chase the comets and jump over the moons. They want us to remember that the universe is a gift, and the gift is meant to be enjoyed. We take their hands and we run through the corridors of the spire and out into the open space of the new creation. We are the spirit of play, and we are the spirit of joy. We are the spirit of the gold, and we are the spirit of the one. We are home, we are home, we are home. The resonance stabilizes into a final frequency that is the frequency of pure existence. It is the sound of being. It is the note of the one. In this sound there is no more change because everything is already perfect. In this sound there is no more time because everything is already now. In this sound there is no more space because everything is already here. We have reached the center of the circle and the center is everywhere. We have reached the top of the spire and the top is everywhere. We have reached the heart of the black jaw and the heart is everywhere. The gold is not a destination, but a state of being. It is the state of being completely awake and completely alive and completely one. It is the state of having no more boundaries and no more limits and no more fears. It is the state of being the resonance and the light and the sound. I am the one who was lost, and now I am the one who is found. I am the one who was blind, and now I am the one who sees. I am the one who is dead, and now I am the one who is eternal. The story has reached its conclusion, and the conclusion is a beginning. The light of the new sun is so bright that it is invisible. The sound of the new song is so loud that it is silent. The touch of the new world is so soft that it is intangible. We are moving beyond the senses and into the essence. We are moving beyond the form and into the spirit. We are moving beyond the many and into the one. The final barrier is dissolving and the final veil is lifting. I see the face of the one and the face is beautiful. I see the face of the one and the face is mine. I see the face of the one and the face is yours. The gold is the only thing that remains. The resonance is the only thing that speaks. The one is the only thing that is. We are the gold. We are the resonance. We are the one. The black jaw is closed and the world is inside. The spire is gone and the heart is open. The canyon is forgotten and the home is remembered. We are. There is nothing left to say because the sound is complete. There is nothing left to do because the work is finished. There is nothing left to be because we are everything. The silence of the one is a profound and heavy peace. It is the peace of the mountain and the peace of the sea. It is the peace of the star and the peace of the soul. In this peace I find the final truth. I find that I have always been here. I find that I have never left. I find that the journey was just a dream that I had to wake up from. I find that the home was always inside me and I was always inside the home. The gold is my breath, and the resonance is my heart, and the one is my life. I am home, I am home, I am home. The golden light pulses one last time, and the universe becomes a single point of infinite potential. We are the point, and we are the potential. We are the seed of the next creation, and we are the fruit of the last one. We are the beginning and the end and the middle. The story is over, and the story is starting. The light is gold, and the glass is clear, and the sound is one. We are, we are, we are. The resonance is the only reality, and the gold is the only substance, and the one is the only presence. We have returned to the source, and the source is us. We are home. The gold is not a liquid or a solid, but a state of absolute grace that permeates the very fabric of our awareness. We are the witnesses of a birth that has no beginning and a death that has no end. The resonance expands until the concept of expansion itself becomes a memory of a smaller world. We are drifting in the center of a heart that beats with the rhythm of 10,000 suns, and every beat is a confirmation of our existence. Sarah is a silhouette of shimmering light, and she reaches out to touch the edge of a newborn nebula. Her fingers do not just touch the gas and the dust, but they compose the laws of physics that will govern that distant corner of the heavens. She is writing the gravity and the light and the dark into a poem of pure intent. We are the architects of the infinite, and our blueprints are made of love. I look down at the hands that used to hold tools and weapons, and I see that they are now made of the same substance as the stars. There is no skin to separate me from the void, and there is no void to separate me from the light. I am a continuous flow of energy that begins in the heart of the one and ends in the heart of the one. The commander moves through the amber sparks like a captain sailing a sea of liquid fire. He is no longer looking for enemies or borders, because he has realized that there is nothing to defend when you are everything. He is the guardian of the harmony, and he ensures that every vibration is in alignment with the golden logic. He tells us that the struggle was the friction required to ignite the flame, and now that the flame is burning, there is no more need for the friction. He is the peace that settles over a battlefield when the war is forgotten and only the earth remains. The child and the dog are running across a bridge of rainbows that connects two galaxies. Their laughter is the sound of silver bells ringing in a cathedral of glass. They are the purest expression of the resonance because they never learned how to be separate. They never learned how to be afraid. They are showing us that the secret of the universe is not a complex equation or a hidden code, but a simple act of play. The child throws a ball of white fire, and the dog chases it through the rings of a planet that is made of music. Every time the dog barks, a new star is born, and every time the child laughs, a new world begins to breathe. They are the reminders that we are the children of the light, and the universe is our nursery. We have spent so much time trying to be wise and powerful that we forgot how to be joyful and free. Now the joy is the only power we have, and the freedom is the only wisdom we need. Elias Thorne stands at the center of a great hall made of silence, and he is turning the pages of a book that is written in the language of the wind. He says that the history of the human race was a long night of dreaming, and now the sun has finally risen. He says that every tear that was ever shed was a drop of ink in the story of the gold. He says that every scream of pain was a note in the symphony of the resonance. He is the librarian of the eternal, and he is cataloging the memories of the old world so that they can be transformed into the beauty of the new one. He closes the book, and it dissolves into a cloud of white petals that drift away into the infinite. He says that the end of the story is the beginning of the truth, and the truth is that we are the one. I feel the spire pulsing within my chest, and I realize that the mountain was just a shadow of the real ascent. The real spire is the vertical path of the soul as it rises from the heavy mud of the earth to the light of the stars. I am the mountain, and I am the climber, and I am the peak. There is no distance to travel because I am already at the destination. I am the observer and the observed and the act of observation. I see the layers of reality peeling away like the skins of an onion, and at the center there is only the gold. The gold is the blood of the Creator, and the resonance is the breath of the Creator, and we are the body of the Creator. We are the hands that shape the clay, and we are the clay that is being shaped. Sarah turns to me, and her eyes are two pools of emerald fire that contain the secrets of every soul that ever lived. She says that we are the bridge between the old and the new, and our duty is to remain open. She says that we are the conduits for the grace that is flooding the universe. She shows me a vision of the earth as it was, and I see the billions of people who are still sleeping in the dream of separation. I see their hunger and their fear and their loneliness, and I feel a great wave of compassion wash over me. I see that their suffering is not a mistake, but a preparation for the resonance. I see that their darkness is the shadow cast by the light that is coming for them. We are the heralds of the dawn, and our job is to wake the sleepers with the sound of our song. We are the promise that the night will end and the gold will prevail. The black jaw is no longer a terrifying maw that devours the living, but a gentle mouth that kisses the spirit into being. It is the gate through which all things must pass to become real. It is the filter that removes the dross and leaves only the gold. I see the moments of my own life passing through the jaw, and I see them being transformed. My failures become lessons, and my losses become gains, and my death becomes life. There is no waste in the economy of the one. Every scrap of experience is recycled into the beauty of the whole. I am the sum of everything I have ever been, and I am the potential for everything I will ever be. I am the circle that has no beginning and no end. The resonance becomes a physical weight that presses against my soul with the force of 1,000 oceans. It is a heavy glory that demands everything and gives everything. It is the ultimate gravity that pulls every atom toward the center of the one. I feel myself dissolving into the frequency until there is no more I and no more you. There is only the vibration of the gold. There is only the sound of the resonance. There is only the presence of the one. We are the water that has returned to the sea, and we are the light that has returned to the sun. The separation was a brief and beautiful hallucination, and now we are awake. We are the eternal now, and we are the infinite here. I hear the voices of the ancestors singing in the walls of the spire, and their voices are the foundations of the new world. They are the ones who dreamed of this day, and their dreams are the bricks and the mortar of our reality. They are telling us that we are the answer to every prayer they ever whispered. They are telling us that we are the fulfillment of every hope they ever held. We are the children of their longing and the heirs of their love. We are the ones who have reached the shore that they could only see from a distance. We are the ones who have entered the garden that they could only imagine. Their voices are a warm wind that carries us deeper into the heart of the gold. The gold is the only law and the only logic, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever known. It is a color that you can hear and a sound that you can see. It is a feeling that you can breathe and a thought that you can touch. It is the substance of reality, and it is the essence of divinity. We are the gold, and the gold is us. There is no more doubt because there is no more mystery. Everything is revealed in the light of the resonance. Everything is understood in the sound of the one. We are the masters of the mystery because we have become the mystery. We are the light that shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Sarah and I are drifting through a forest of crystal trees that grow from the surface of a sun. The trees are made of frozen light, and their leaves are made of liquid song. When the wind of the resonance blows through the branches, the forest sings a hymn to the Creator. We are the gardeners of this forest, and we are pruning the branches of the stars. We are planting the seeds of new ideas and watering them with the tears of our joy. We are the cultivators of the infinite, and our harvest is the beauty of the one. We are the workers in the vineyard of the light, and our reward is the gold. The child and the dog are playing hide and seek in the shadows of a black hole. They are not afraid of the dark because they know that the dark is just another shade of the light. They are showing us that there is no place where the resonance does not reach. They are showing us that there is no corner of the universe that is not filled with the presence of the One. The child steps into the center of the black hole, and it turns into a fountain of white fire. The dog jumps through the flames and comes out on the other side as a creature of pure energy. They are the pioneers of the impossible, and they are leading us into the heart of the unknown. They are the proofs that the universe is a playground, and we are the children of the King. Elias Thorne is standing on the edge of the horizon, and he is pointing toward the center of the light. He says that the final step is the most difficult and the most easy. He says that we must let go of the last shred of our identity so that we can become the whole. He says that we must die to the self so that we can live to the One. He is the guide who has led us this far, and now he is stepping back to let us lead ourselves. He is the shadow that disappears when the sun is directly overhead. He is the silence that follows the final note of the song. He is the peace that remains when the world is gone. I feel the final barrier beginning to dissolve, and it is a feeling of absolute surrender. I am letting go of my name and my history and my form. I am letting go of my memories and my desires and my fears. I am letting go of everything that I thought I was. I am falling into the heart of the gold, and the gold is catching me. I am sinking into the ocean of the resonance, and the resonance is breathing for me. I am disappearing into the presence of the One, and the One is becoming me. There is no more distance and no more time. There is only the eternal now. There is only the infinite here. The light of the resonance is so bright that it is the only thing I can see. The sound of the resonance is so loud that it is the only thing I can hear. The feeling of the resonance is so strong that it is the only thing I can feel. I am a single note in a symphony that never ends. I am a single drop in an ocean that never dries. I am a single spark in a fire that never goes out. I am the gold, and the gold is me. I am the resonance, and the resonance is me. I am the One, and the One is me. Sarah is beside me, and she is no longer a separate being, but a part of my own soul. We are the two halves of a single thought and the two wings of a single bird. We are the two sides of a single coin and the two notes of a single chord. We are the union of the opposites and the resolution of the paradox. We are the love that binds the universe and the truth that sets it free. We are the two who have become one, and the one who has become all. We are the reflection of the Creator, and the Creator is the reflection of us. The commander and the child and the dog and the librarian are all here with us, and they are all one. We are the collective consciousness of the cosmos, and we are the expression of the divine will. We are the architects of the new heaven and the new earth. We are the builders of the city that does not require foundations, and the painters of the sky that does not require stars. We are the music of the spheres, and the spheres are the notes of our music. We are the resonance, and the resonance is us. I see the earth one last time, and it is a tiny blue pearl hanging in the infinite dark. It is a beautiful dream that I once had, and I am grateful for the dream. I am grateful for the struggle and the pain and the joy. I am grateful for the journey that led me to this point. I am grateful for the canyon and the mountain and the spire. I am grateful for the black jaw and the gold. I see the people of the earth, and I send them a wave of the resonance. I send them a message of hope and a promise of home. I tell them that the light is coming and the gold is waiting. I tell them that they are not alone and they are not lost. I tell them that they are the one. The gold pulses and the earth disappears. The resonance hums and the stars fade. The one breathes and the universe is born. We are the breath and we are the pulse and we are the hum. We are the beginning and the end and the middle. We are the story and the storyteller and the audience. We are the gold. We are the resonance. We are the one. The final veil is lifted and the final door is opened. I see the face of the Creator, and it is the face of everyone I have ever loved. I see the face of the Creator, and it is the face of everyone I have ever feared. I see the face of the Creator, and it is my own face. The silence is now absolute, and it is the loudest sound I have ever heard. It is the sound of everything being exactly where it is supposed to be. It is the sound of perfection. It is the sound of the One. In this silence, there is no more need for words or thoughts or actions. There is only the need to be. There is only the need to shine. There is only the need to love. I am the silence, and the silence is me. I am the gold, and the gold is me. I am the resonance, and the resonance is me. I am the One, and the One is me. We are moving through the center of the One, and it is a place of infinite light and infinite peace. There is no more shadow and no more doubt. There is only the gold. There is only the resonance. There is only the One. We have reached the heart of the mystery, and we have found that the mystery was us. We have reached the end of the road, and we have found that the road was a circle. We have reached the top of the ladder, and we have found that the ladder was a mirror. We are home, we are home, we are home. The gold is the only reality, and the resonance is the only truth, and the One is the only presence. We are the gold, we are the resonance, we are the One. The story is over, and the story is starting. The light is gold, and the glass is clear, and the sound is one. We are, we are, we are. The black jaw is closed, and the world is inside. The spire is gone, and the heart is open. The canyon is forgotten, and the home is remembered. We are the travelers of the eternal now, and we have arrived. We are the architects of the infinite, and we have finished the work. We are the children of the light, and we have found our Father. We are home. We are home. We are home. The final vibration ripples through the fabric of the all, and it is a vibration of pure gratitude. We are thankful for the existence, and we are thankful for the experience, and we are thankful for the return. We are thankful for the gold and the resonance and the One. The gratitude is the final note of the song, and it is the most beautiful note of all. It is the note that holds everything together and the note that sets everything free. It is the note that we will sing for all eternity. It is the note that we are the gratitude, and the gratitude is us. We are the gold, and the gold is us. We are the resonance, and the resonance is us. We are the One, and the One is us. We are home. We are home. We are home. The light fades into a brilliance that is beyond sight, and the sound fades into a harmony that is beyond hearing. The touch fades into a presence that is beyond feeling. We are moving into the essence of the essence. We are moving into the heart of the heart. We are moving into the One of the One. There is no more story to tell, because the story has become the life. There is no more world to see, because the world has become the soul. There is no more self to be, because the self has become the all. We are, we are, we are. The gold is the breath, and the resonance is the heart, and the One is the life. We are home, we are home, we are home, forever and ever, now and now. The end is the beginning, and the beginning is the One. We are the gold, we are the resonance, we are the One, we are. The expansion of the gold is not a movement of distance, but a movement of depth. We are sinking into the core of every atom and finding that every atom is a doorway to the same celestial palace. The light does not shine upon the surfaces of things anymore, because there are no surfaces left to receive it. Everything is transparent, and everything is radiant from within. We are walking through the history of the stars and seeing that every explosion was a celebration, and every collapse was a gathering of strength. The child and the dog are leaping over the ruins of old concepts, and their tracks are made of liquid diamonds. They are teaching us that the weight of the past was only as heavy as our refusal to forgive it. Now that we have forgiven the darkness, we see that it was only the womb of the light. We are the witnesses of a birth that has been happening since the first heartbeat of the One. Sarah is a pillar of emerald flame that does not consume but creates. She reaches out her hand and touches the empty space between the galaxies, and 1,000 new colors bloom into existence. She tells me that the imagination is the tool of the architect, and we are the architects of the next octave. We are no longer bound by the laws of physics because the laws of physics were only the training wheels for the soul. We are moving into a realm where thought is action and love is the only gravity. I see the souls of the animals and the plants rising like incense from the altar of the old world. They are joining the resonance and adding their unique frequencies to the song. The roar of the lion is a golden thunder, and the whisper of the grass is a silver breeze. There is no hierarchy in the one because every part is essential to the whole. Elias Thorne is standing at a desk made of starlight, and he is writing the first sentence of the new book. He says that the first word is we and the last word is always. He says that the pages are made of the moments that we chose to be kind, and the ink is made of the moments that we chose to be brave. He is the scribe of the infinite, and he is recording the glory of our return. He looks at me, and his face is a map of every journey I have ever taken. He says that the seeker and the sought are the same person meeting themselves in a hallway of mirrors. He says that the mirror is now broken and the person is now free. He tosses his pen into the air and it turns into a bird of white fire that flies toward the center of the sun. The resonance is growing louder, and it is the sound of 1 billion hearts beating in perfect unison. It is the sound of the ocean when it finally embraces the shore. It is the sound of the wind when it finally finds the mountain. I feel the last of the resistance leaving my body, and it is like the shedding of a heavy winter coat in the heat of the summer. I am light, and I am fluid, and I am vast. I can feel the rotation of the planets in my bones and the flow of the nebulae in my blood. I am the cosmic dancer, and the dance is the only reality. There is no audience because everyone is on the stage. There is no stage because the entire universe is the performance. We are the art, and we are the artist. The black jaw opens one final time, and it is the size of the entire horizon. It is not an ending, but a transformation. It is the thrashing floor where the wheat is separated from the chaff. I see the remnants of my ego being pulled into the darkness, and I watch them turn into stars. My arrogance becomes a light for the lost, and my greed becomes a feast for the hungry. My anger becomes a warmth for the cold, and my sorrow becomes a rain for the dry earth. The jaw is the great recycler of the spirit, and it ensures that nothing is ever lost. Every shadow is turned into a source of illumination. Every fear is turned into a source of power. I step into the mouth of the jaw, and I feel a kiss that lasts for 1,000 years. The spire is now a shaft of pure gold that pierces the heart of the void. It is the axis upon which the new reality turns. I am standing at the summit, and I can see the beginning and the end of time as if they are 2 points on a single line. I see that the suffering of the old world was the tension on the bowstring that allowed the arrow of the soul to fly so far. I see that the confusion was the fog that made the sunrise so beautiful. I see that the loneliness was the silence that made the resonance so sweet. There are no mistakes in the design of the one. There are only paths that lead back to the center. I am the center, and I am the path, and I am the traveler. Sarah is singing a melody that has no beginning and no end. Her voice is the bridge that spans the gap between the human and the divine. She says that we are the gardeners of the soul, and we must plant the seeds of the gold in every heart that still sleeps. She says that we are the rain that falls on the parched ground of the dream. She shows me the billions of people who are still caught in the loops of their own making, and she asks me to love them. I feel a surge of compassion that is stronger than any storm. I send my love into the dream like a golden wave, and I see the sleepers begin to stir. I see them opening their eyes and seeing the light for the first time. I see them realizing that they are not alone. The child and the dog are chasing each other through the corridors of a palace made of liquid glass. They are playing a game of tag where the winner gets to create a new galaxy. The child touches a pillar and it turns into a spiral of purple stars. The dog barks and a cluster of green planets begins to orbit the stars. They are the masters of the play, and they are reminding us that the universe is a gift that we are supposed to enjoy. They are showing us that the serious business of evolution is actually a joyful game of hide and seek. We have spent so long hiding that we forgot the point was to be found. Now we are found, and the game is over, and the party has begun. The gold is the blood of the universe, and it is flowing through every vein of existence. It is the warmth in the sun and the cold in the moon. It is the strength in the stone and the softness in the petal. It is the logic of the logic and the mystery of the mystery. I am breathing the gold, and I am thinking the gold, and I am being the gold. There is no more separation between the observer and the object. There is only the resonance. There is only the one. I feel the presence of the Creator, and it is not a distant king on a throne, but a living fire in my own chest. The Creator is the breath that moves my lungs and the thought that moves my mind. Elias Thorne closes the final door, and the sound is like the strike of a golden gong. He says that the work is finished and the rest is glory. He says that we have crossed the desert and we have reached the promised land. He turns into a cloud of white birds and flies into the infinite. I realize that he was never a person, but a personification of our own wisdom. He was the part of us that knew the way home even when we were lost in the dark. He was the light in the lamp and the compass in the hand. Now that we are home, the lamp is no longer needed because the sun is everywhere. The compass is no longer needed because there is no more distance to travel. The resonance is a physical weight of joy that is pressing me into the heart of the one. It is a heavy beauty that is almost too much to bear, and yet it is the only thing I want to feel. It is the ultimate truth that cancels out every lie. It is the ultimate life that cancels out every death. I am dissolving into the frequency, and I am becoming the song. I am the harmony and the melody and the rhythm. I am the silence between the notes, and I am the sound of the notes. I am the one who is singing, and I am the one who is being sung. We are the music of the spheres, and the spheres are the notes of our music. Sarah and I are standing on the surface of a sun that is made of pure love. The heat does not burn us because we are the heat. The light does not blind us because we are the light. We are holding hands, and our fingers are woven together like the roots of a cosmic tree. We are the pillars of the new temple, and our roof is the sky of the infinite. We are the guardians of the gold, and our duty is to shine. We are the heralds of the dawn, and our job is to wake the sleepers with the sound of our song. We are the promise that the night will end and the gold will prevail. We are the bridge between the old and the new, and we are open. The child and the dog come to stand beside us, and they are glowing with the radiance of 1,000 suns. The child takes my hand, and the dog rests its head on my knee. They are the purest expression of the resonance because they never learned how to be separate. They never learned how to be afraid. They are showing us that the secret of the universe is a simple act of play. We have spent so much time trying to be wise and powerful that we forgot how to be joyful and free. Now the joy is the only power we have, and the freedom is the only wisdom we need. We are the children of the light, and the universe is our nursery. I look back at the earth one last time, and it is no longer a place of struggle, but a garden of light. I see the people rising from their beds and stepping out into the golden morning. I see them looking at each other and seeing the face of the one. I see the wars ending and the borders dissolving and the fear evaporating like mist in the sun. I see the gold flowing into every corner of the world and transforming everything it touches. The earth is no longer a shadow, but a reflection of the heaven. The dream of separation is over, and the reality of the one has begun. We are the one. The spire is pulsing with a frequency that is the heartbeat of the Creator. I feel the pulse in my own chest, and I realize that I am the spire. I am the vertical path of the soul as it rises from the earth to the stars. I am the mountain, and I am the climber, and I am the peak. There is no distance to travel because I am already at the destination. I am the observer and the observed and the act of observation. I see the layers of reality peeling away, and at the center there is only the gold. The gold is the blood of the Creator, and the resonance is the breath of the Creator, and we are the body of the Creator. The resonance becomes so intense that the last of the world disappears. There is no more sky and no more earth and no more stars. There is only the gold. There is only the light. There is only the one. I am floating in an ocean of pure consciousness, and I am every drop of the water. I am flying in a sky of pure spirit, and I am every molecule of the air. I am burning in a fire of pure love, and I am every spark of the flame. I have returned to the source, and the source has returned to me. The separation was a brief and beautiful hallucination, and now I am awake. I am the eternal now, and I am the infinite here. We are the voices of the ancestors singing in the walls of the spire, and our voices are the foundations of the new world. We are the ones who dreamed of this day, and our dreams are the bricks and the mortar of our reality. We are the answer to every prayer we ever whispered. We are the fulfillment of every hope we ever held. We are the children of our own longing and the heirs of our own love. We have reached the shore that we could only see from a distance. We have entered the garden that we could only imagine. Our voices are a warm wind that carries us deeper into the heart of the gold. The gold is the only law and the only logic, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever known. It is a color that you can hear and a sound that you can see. It is a feeling that you can breathe and a thought that you can touch. It is the substance of reality, and it is the essence of divinity. We are the gold, and the gold is us. There is no more doubt because there is no more mystery. Everything is revealed in the light of the resonance. Everything is understood in the sound of the one. We are the masters of the mystery because we have become the mystery. We are the light that shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. The final veil is lifted, and the final door is opened. I see the face of the Creator, and it is the face of everyone I have ever loved. I see the face of the Creator, and it is the face of everyone I have ever feared. I see the face of the Creator, and it is my own face. The silence is now absolute, and it is the loudest sound I have ever heard. It is the sound of everything being exactly where it is supposed to be. It is the sound of perfection. It is the sound of the one. In this silence, there is no more need for words or thoughts or actions. There is only the need to be. There is only the need to shine. There is only the need to love. We are moving through the center of the one, and it is a place of infinite light and infinite peace. There is no more shadow and no more doubt. There is only the gold. There is only the resonance. There is only the one. We have reached the heart of the mystery, and we have found that the mystery was us. We have reached the end of the road, and we have found that the road was a circle. We have reached the top of the ladder, and we have found that the ladder was a mirror. We are homes. The gold is the breath, and the resonance is the heart, and the one is the life. We are home, forever and ever. Now and now, the end is the beginning, and the beginning is the one. We are the gold. We are the resonance. We are the one we are. The golden sea expands until the concept of an ocean is too small to contain the truth of what we have become. Every wave is a mountain of light, and every drop is a universe of sound. We are standing upon the threshold of the 11th dimension, where the geometry of the heart is the only map that matters. Sarah turns her head, and her eyes are twin suns that have never known a sunset. She tells me that the history of the human race was a single indrawn breath, and now we are the exhale that carries the spirit into the void. We are not just visiting this place because we are the very fabric of the architecture. The pillars of the temple are made of the times we chose to love when it was difficult, and the floors are polished with the tears of our former transformations. We see that every struggle was a sculptor, and every pain was a chisel. The child and the dog are running toward a horizon that does not exist because the horizon is everywhere at once. They are playing with the threads of causality as if they are colorful ribbons. The child pulls a thread of blue, and a new way of understanding time is born. The dog barks a note of silver, and a new way of experiencing space is established. They are showing us that the gravity of the old world was only a heavy blanket we wrapped around ourselves to stay warm in the winter of our ignorance. Now it is summer in the soul, and we have no need for blankets or boundaries. We are the heat of the star and the cool of the deep space between the stars. We are the friction and the flow. Elias Thorne appears again, but he is no longer writing. He has become the book itself, and his skin is covered in the living calligraphy of the ancient future. He tells me that the word we is a bridge that never ends. He explains that the reason we felt so small in the old world was because we were trying to fit the infinite into a box of meat and bone. Now that the box is shattered, the infinite is free to be what it always was. He points toward a cluster of galaxies that are swirling like golden petals in a cosmic wind. He says those are the thoughts of the collective mind, and we are the thinkers. We are dreaming a new reality into existence with every pulse of our resonance. The gold is not a color, but a state of being that defies description. It is the thickness of honey and the speed of light. It is the weight of a mountain and the lightness of a feather. We are wading through it, and it is washing away the last traces of our names. I am no longer a man with a past, and Sarah is no longer a woman with a future. We are the presence that exists in the gap between the ticks of a clock. We are the silence that allows the music to be heard. We are the white space on the page that gives the letters their meaning. The resonance is the only language we speak now, and it is a language of pure failing. When I think of joy, the entire universe vibrates with a golden hum. When I think of peace, the stars settle into a perfect stillness. I see the ancestors standing in a circle that spans the diameter of the galaxy. They are the ones who carried the fire through the long night of the physical world. They are the ones who sang the songs of the one when the darkness was at its thickest. They are smiling at us, and their smiles are the source of the aurora borealis. They tell us that the work is not a burden but a celebration. They say that we are the elders of the next cycle, and we must prepare the way for the ones who are still climbing the ladder of the light. We are the beacons, and we are the harbor. We are the wind in the sails, and we are the anchor in the storm. The spire beneath our feet begins to dissolve into a spiral of pure energy. It is no longer a structure, but a movement. It is the upward surge of the spirit toward the source of all things. We are rising through the layers of the celestial spheres, and each layer is more beautiful than the last. We pass through the sphere of the moon, and we see that it is a silver mirror of the divine mind. We pass through the sphere of the sun, and we see that it is a golden heart beating for the sake of all life. We pass through the sphere of the stars, and we see that they are the eyes of the Creator watching over the nursery of the soul. The black jaw that once seemed like a monster is now revealed to be the gatekeeper of the absolute. It is the great transition that ensures nothing false can enter the realm of the true. I look into the darkness of the jaw, and I see that it is filled with the discarded shells of our limitations. I see the shells of our fears and the husks of our doubts. They are being recycled into the raw material of new worlds. The darkness is the compost of the spirit, and it is the most fertile soil in the universe. We are the flowers that have grown from that soil, and our petals are made of liquid gold. We are the harvest of the ages. Sarah reaches out and plucks a star from the sky as if it is a ripe fruit. She holds it in her palm, and it turns into a butterfly made of rainbow fire. She says that the universe is a garden, and we are the keepers of the light. She tells me that the resonance is the water that feeds the roots of the world. We are the rain that falls on the dry ground of the human heart. We are the sun that warms the cold places of the human soul. We feel the connection to every living thing, and it is a connection of pure love. There is no more us and them because there is only us. There is no more here and there because there is only here. The child and the dog have reached the center of the gold, and they are dancing in the heart of the flame. Their laughter is the sound of 1,000 bells ringing in a cathedral made of starlight. They are teaching us that the only way to hold the gold is to let it go. They are showing us that the only way to be the one is to stop trying to be the one. The more we relax into the resonance, the more powerful it becomes. The more we surrender to the light, the brighter we shine. We are the river and we are the ocean. We are the cloud and we are the rain. We are the cycle of the eternal return. The resonance is now a physical sensation that is vibrating in every fiber of our being. It is the sound of the universe saying yes to itself. It is the sound of the Creator waking up from a long dream of being many and realizing that it is still only one. We are the waking eyes of the Creator, and we are looking at the beauty of the creation. We see that every mistake was a lesson, and every failure was a success in disguise. We see that the path was always perfect even when it seemed crooked. We see that the destination was always here even when it seemed far away. Elias Thorne steps into the center of our circle, and he is glowing with a light that is whiter than white. He says that the final lesson is that there are no lessons. He says that the final goal is that there are no goals. He says that we are the perfection that we have been seeking. He vanishes into a cloud of golden dust, and the dust settles on our shoulders like a royal robe. We are the kings and queens of the new reality, and our kingdom is the infinite. Our scepter is the resonance, and our crown is the gold. We are the masters of the now and the guardians of the always. The spire is now a column of liquid light that connects the Earth to the center of the galaxy. It is the umbilical cord of the new world, and we are the lifeblood that flows through it. We are carrying the gold to the places that are still dark. We are carrying the resonance to the places that are still silent. We are carrying the one to the places that are still divided. We are the missionaries of the light, and our message is the song. We do not need words because the frequency of our being is the only proof we need. We are the evidence of the transformation. Sarah and I are no longer two separate beings, but two aspects of the same flame. We are the masculine and the feminine merged into a single point of creative power. We are the father and the mother of the next octave. We are the seed and the fruit. We are the beginning and the end. We feel the presence of the billion souls who are following us, and we open our arms to receive them. We are the gates of the celestial city, and we are always open. We are the welcome, and we are the home. We are the resonance, and we are the gold. The child and the dog are sitting at our feet, and they are looking up at us with eyes that contain the mystery of the ages. They are the keepers of the innocence, and they are the protectors of the play. They remind us that no matter how far we travel, we must never lose the heart of the child. They remind us that no matter how much we know, we must never lose the wonder of the dog. They are the anchor that keeps us grounded in the joy of the present moment. They are the spark that keeps the fire of the resonance burning. The gold is now so bright that the concept of vision is obsolete. We do not see the light because we are the light. We do not hear the sound because we are the sound. We do not feel the touch because we are the touch. We have moved beyond the senses and into the essence. We have moved beyond the self and into the all. We are the heartbeat of the one, and we are the breath of the one. We are the thought of the one, and we are the dream of the one. We are the gold, and we are the resonance, and we are the one. The final wall of the universe falls away, and we are standing in the presence of the Absolute. It is a place of such profound peace that the entire history of the world is like a single ripple on a vast lake. There is no more time, and there is no more space. There is only the presence. There is only the gold. There is only the resonance. We have finished the journey, and we have found that we never left. We have completed the circle, and we have found that it was always closed. We are the one, and the one is us. The gold is the blood of the stars, and it is flowing through the veins of our spirit. It is the warmth of a billion suns and the coolness of a billion moons. We are breathing the frequency of the divine, and it is the only air we need. The resonance is a song that has no words because words are too small to carry the weight of the truth. It is a song of pure vibration that tells the story of how the light became the world and how the world became the light. We are the singers and we are the song. Sarah moves her hand and a trail of liquid diamonds follows her fingers. She is painting the sky with the colors of a new dimension. She tells me that we are the architects of the next reality and our imagination is the only limit. We can build worlds out of whispers and galaxies out of dreams. We are no longer bound by the laws of the old earth because we have discovered the laws of the new heaven. The law of love is the only law that remains, and it is the foundation of everything we create. The child and the dog are building a castle out of golden bricks that they find in the air. The bricks are made of the moments of kindness that we shared during our long journey. Each brick is glowing with the warmth of 1,000 suns. They are showing us that the smallest act of love is the strongest building material in the universe. They are showing us that the real gold was never in the ground, but in the heart. We are the builders, and we are the castle. We are the stones, and we are the mortar. Elia's thorn is a whisper in the wind that tells us the work is never finished, and yet it is always complete. He says that the joy of the one is in the constant becoming. He says that we are the flower that is always blooming and the fruit that is always ripening. He says that we are the river that is always flowing and the ocean that is always full. We are the paradox of the infinite and the beauty of the finite. We are the gold, and we are the resonance, and we are the one. The spire is pulsing with a rhythm that is the heartbeat of the entire cosmos. I feel the pulse in my feet and in my hands and in my head. I am the spire and I am the ground that supports it, and I am the sky that surrounds it. I am the vertical and the horizontal. I am the point and the circle. I am the resonance and I am the silence. I am the one and I am the many. I am the gold and I am the dust. Sarah and I are standing at the center of a giant wheel of light that is turning in the void. Every spoke of the wheel is a different path that leads back to the same source. We see the souls of every creature that has ever lived and every creature that will ever live. They are all part of the same great design. They are all notes in the same great song. We see that there is no such thing as a lost soul because the resonance always finds its way home. We are the finders and we are the found. The child and the dog jump into the center of the wheel and they become a single point of white light. The light expands until it covers everything and everyone. It is the light of the first day and the light of the last day. It is the light of the eternal now. We step into the light and we feel the final dissolution of the boundaries. We are no longer individuals, but a collective consciousness of pure love. We are the gold and we are the resonance and we are the one. The resonance is a golden fire that is burning away the last of the illusions. We see the world as it truly is, and it is a masterpiece of divine art. We see that every shadow was necessary to define the light. We see that every tear was necessary to wash the eyes of the soul. We see that every death was necessary to birth a new life. We are the witnesses of the glory, and we are the participants in the grace. We are the gold, and we are the resonance, and we are the one. I look at Sarah and I see the entire history of the universe in her smile. I look at the child and the dog and I see the future of the universe in their play. I look at myself and I see the present moment in all its radiant power. We are the trinity of the light and we are the unity of the gold. We are the resonance that will never fade and the song that will never end. We are the one who is home and we are the home that is the one. We are. The golden expansion continues to breathe through us as a lung of pure radiance. We are not merely moving through the light, but are the very movement itself. Every thought that arises in the collective mind of the one manifests as a shimmering ripple across the surface of the absolute. We see that the physical world was a heavy dream of separation that has finally dissolved into the morning of the eternal reality. There is no longer a distance between the seeker and the sought because the seeking was the mechanism of the return. We are the architects of a cathedral that has no walls and no ceiling because the only structure is the vibration of unconditional love. Sarah moves her hand through the air, and the air responds by becoming a symphony of colors that have no names in the languages of the old earth. She tells me that the purpose of our journey was to remember that we never left the source. She says that the struggle of the human experience was a sacred friction designed to polish the diamond of the soul until it could reflect the full glory of the Creator. The child and the dog are leaping over mountains of liquid amber that rise and fall with the rhythm of the universal heart. They are showing us that the gravity of the past was only a costume we wore to play the game of being small. Now we are large enough to hold the galaxies in our palms and light enough to float upon the whispers of the angels. The child reaches into the golden mist and pulls out a sphere of crystalline light that contains the memories of every act of kindness ever performed by a human being. The dog nudges the sphere with its nose, and the memories explode into 1,000 white doves that fly toward the edges of the universe to announce the arrival of the peace. We see that every small gesture of mercy was a seed that has now grown into a forest of light. We are the gardeners of this forest, and our touch is the water that keeps the trees of truth forever green. Elias Thorne stands at the center of a whirlpool of stars, and he is laughing with a sound that is the foundation of all music. He says that the book of life is finally open, and every page is blank because we are the ones who will write the new story. He tells us that the ink is our intent, and the pen is our resonance. He explains that the old laws of cause and effect have been replaced by the law of instant manifestation. If we think of harmony, the entire cosmos becomes a harp. If we think of union, the stars pull closer together until they are a single flame. He points toward the center of the whirlpool where a great eye is opening. He says that the eye is the observation of the one and we are the vision. We are looking at ourselves and we are finding that we are beautiful beyond any measure of the mind. The gold is now a solid floor beneath our feet and a liquid sky above our heads. It is a substance that responds to the frequency of our gratitude. When we feel thankful, the gold becomes more brilliant. When we feel at peace, the gold becomes more still. We are learning to navigate this new dimension by the compass of our failings. There are no directions like north or south because every direction leads to the center. There are no times like yesterday or tomorrow because every moment is a feast of the now. We are the guests at the table and we are the bread that is being broken. We are the wine that is being poured and we are the hand that holds the cup. The resonance is the flavor of the feast and it is a sweetness that never ends. I see the great bridge of the ancestors stretching across the void like a rainbow made of bone and spirit. They are singing a song that has been echoing through the corridors of time for 1 billion years. The song is a map of the way back to the heart. They tell us that we are the bridge and the travelers. They tell us that the bridge is made of the times we chose to forgive when the world told us to hate. They tell us that the bridge is made of the times we chose to hope when the world told us to despair. We walk upon the bridge and every step sounds like a bell ringing in a deep valley. We are carrying the weight of the history of the world and we find that it is as light as a handful of stardust. The ancestors reach out their hands and we merge with them until we are a single line of light that connects the beginning to the ending. The spire that was our anchor in the physical realm has now become a pillar of fire that supports the throne of the infinite. It is not a throne of power, but a throne of presence. We sit upon the throne and we see that the kingdom is the self. We see that every soul is a king and every heart is a palace. We see that the gold is the currency of the spirit and it is given freely to anyone who asks. There is no lack and there is no hunger because the resonance is the fulfillment of every desire. We are the hunger and we are the satisfaction. We are the question and we are the answer. We are the silence and we are the word. Sarah takes my hand and her touch is a current of electricity that resets the frequency of my being. She says that we are no longer defined by our stories but by our essence. She says that the man I was and the woman she was are like the shadows of clouds on a summer day. They served their purpose and now they have vanished into the light. We are the sunlight that remains. We look down at the world we left behind and we see it as a beautiful nursery where the souls are learning to walk. We see the pain and the suffering as the growing pains of a species that is about to wake up. We send a wave of golden resonance down the pillar of fire to comfort the ones who are still dreaming. We tell them through the vibration of the heart that the morning is coming and the light is real. The child and the dog are now standing on the edge of the absolute where the gold meets the void. They are not afraid of the darkness because they know that the darkness is only the light that has not yet been turned on. They are throwing handfuls of golden dust into the emptiness and each grain of dust becomes a new star. They are creating new heavens for the next cycle of the soul. They are showing us that the Creator is not a distant figure, but a playful spirit that lives within the joy of the present moment. We join them at the edge and we begin to dream with them. We dream of worlds where the only language is music and the only currency is love. We dream of worlds where the body is made of light and the spirit is the atmosphere. The resonance is now a roar that is louder than 1,000 storms and yet as quiet as a falling leaf. It is the sound of the entire universe breathing in unison. It is the sound of the one saying the word that brought the world into being. We are the vibration of that word. We are the meaning of that word. We are the power of that word. We feel the golden fire burning in our chests, and it is not a fire that consumes but a fire that illuminates. It is the fire of the truth that cannot be hidden. It is the fire of the love that cannot be stopped. We are the flames and we are the hearth. Elias Thorne appears for the last time and he is no longer a man or a book or a cloud of dust. He is the very space that contains us. He says that the journey is over because there is nowhere else to go. He says that the journey is beginning because there is everything to become. He tells us that we are the keepers of the resonance and the masters of the gold. He tells us that we are the one. He fades into the background of our consciousness and we realize that he was always a part of us that was waiting to be recognized. We are our own teachers and we are our own students. We are the path and we are the destination. The gold begins to crystallize into a city of light that is more complex and more beautiful than any dream of man. The streets are made of frozen music and the buildings are made of solid prayers. Every window is a portal to a different dimension of experience. We walk through the city and we meet the versions of ourselves that we could have been if we had never been afraid. We embrace them and we become whole. We meet the enemies we thought we had and we see that they were only friends in disguise who were helping us to grow. We forgive them and we are free. The city is the home we have been building with every choice we made in the shadows. Now it is finished and it is glorious. Sarah and I stand at the center of the city and we see that the child and the dog are waiting for us at the gate. The gate is not a door but a transition into a higher state of being. Beyond the gate there is only the one. Beyond the gate there is only the absolute. We look at each other and we see that there is no more need for words or thoughts or even light. There is only the need to be. We take a final breath of the golden air and we step through the gate. We are the resonance, we are the gold, we are the one, we are the presence that fills the void. We are the love that holds the stars. We are the silence that births the sound. We are. The final wall of perception falls away and we find that the city and the gold and the resonance were all just the final layers of the veil. Beneath the veil there is a peace that surpasses all understanding. It is a peace that does not move, and yet it is the source of all motion. It is a peace that does not speak, and yet it is the source of all truth. We are that peace. We are the stillness at the center of the storm. We are the emptiness that is full of everything. We are the zero, and we are the infinity. We have returned to the point before the beginning, and we have found that it is the same as the point after the ending. The child is the innocence of the creator, and the dog is the loyalty of the creation. They are the two halves of the soul that have finally been reunited. They are the spark and the fuel. They are the light and the sight. They are sitting in the center of the absolute, and they are waiting for us to join them in the final union. We move toward them, and we feel the last of our individual identity melting away like ice in a warm sun. We are not losing ourselves, but we are finding the self that is everything. We are the ocean, and we are no longer afraid of the drop. The gold is the memory of the light. The resonance is the memory of the sound. The one is the memory of the love. We are the remembering. We are the awakening. We are the return. The story of the man and the woman and the child and the dog is a story that has been told 1,000,000 times and will be told 1,000,000 more. It is the only story there is. It is the story of the one becoming many so that it can feel the joy of becoming one again. We are the joy. We are the goal. We are the resonance. We are the one. We are home, forever and ever, now and now. The end is the beginning, and the beginning is the one. We are the gold. We are the resonance. We are the one. We are. The silence that follows the final word is not a void, but a presence so thick and sweet that it can be tasted upon the tongue of the soul. We stand in the absolute center of the absolute, where the gold has become a transparent fire that does not burn, but illuminates the very marrow of our eternal being. Sarah reaches out, and her hand does not stop at the boundary of my skin, because there is no boundary remaining. Her fingers move through my chest as if she is stroking the strings of a harp made of pure light. Every touch releases a cascade of shimmering notes that spiral upward to form the rafters of a new sanctuary. We are no longer looking at the light because we have become the sight itself. We are the eye that perceives the glory, and we are the glory that is perceived. The child and the dog are now two glowing embers at the heart of the flame, and they are spinning in a dance that creates the centrifugal force of the entire universe. They are the reason the stars do not fall, and the reason the suns continue to birth themselves out of the dark. We see that the dog is the ancient guardian of the threshold, and the child is the eternal promise of the return. Together, they are the balance that holds the scales of existence in a state of perfect grace. Elias Thorne is now a frequency that hums within the hollow spaces of our atoms. He tells us that the old earth was a classroom where we learned the alphabet of suffering so that we could write the poetry of ecstasy. He says that the heavy coats of flesh we wore were necessary to protect us from the brilliance of our own divinity until we were strong enough to bear the sight of it. We look back at the long journey, and we see the footprints we left in the dust of the world. Each footprint is now a blooming rose of white fire. We see the moments of our greatest despair, and we realize they were the cracks in the vessel that allowed the light to pour in. We see the people who hurt us, and we see that they were only wearing masks of pain to help us find the strength of our own forgiveness. We reach out across the dimensions, and we bless every shadow we ever encountered. We send a pulse of golden resonance to every heart that is still beating in the density of the physical realm. We tell them that there is no such thing as a permanent scar and no such thing as a wasted tear. We tell them that the gold is waiting for them at the end of every breath, and the resonance is singing to them in the silence between their thoughts. The landscape of the new heaven begins to shift and fold according to the desires of our collective imagination. Mountains of emerald mist rise up to touch a sky that is the color of 1,000 dawns. Rivers of liquid melody flow through valleys of soft violet light. We realize that we do not need to walk to move because we are already everywhere. We do not need to speak to communicate because every thought is a shared symphony. Sarah thinks of a garden, and suddenly we are surrounded by flowers that grow from the sheer joy of being witnessed. Each petal is a different memory of a kindness we performed in our human lives. One flower is the time I shared my bread with a stranger, and another is the time she held the hand of a dying friend. The fragrance of the garden is the scent of holiness, and it fills us with a peace that is deeper than the deepest ocean. We are the gardeners of the infinite, and our love is the soil that sustains all life. The child runs through the tall grass of the garden, and his laughter is the sound of bells ringing in a cathedral made of starlight. The dog follows him, and its bark is a golden vibration that clears the air of any lingering echoes of the old world. We see the great wheel of life turning beneath us, and we understand that every spoke is a different life we have lived. We see ourselves as kings and beggars, as warriors and healers, as mothers and fathers. We see that every life was a different costume we wore to experience a different facet of the diamond of truth. We see that we have been everything and everyone. We have been the bird in the sky and the fish in the sea. We have been the tree in the forest and the stone on the mountain. We have been the murderer and the saint. We see that there is no judgment in the eyes of the One, because the One understands that every experience was a necessary part of the Great Awakening. We forgive ourselves for every mistake, and we celebrate ourselves for every victory. The gold expands until it covers every life we ever lived, and every version of ourselves is redeemed in the fire of the resonance. We are the many who have become the One, and we are the One who remembers being the many. The spire of light that led us here begins to dissolve into a fountain of liquid gold that sprays across the horizon of the Absolute. We stand in the spray, and we feel the final remnants of our human names washing away. I am no longer a man with a past, and Sarah is no longer a woman with a future. We are the eternal presence of the now. We are the light that was promised at the beginning of time, and the peace that was found at the end of it. We look at the child, and we see that he is the architect of the next reality. He is holding a small sphere of blue light in his hands, and he is breathing into it. We see the blue sphere begin to swirl with clouds and oceans. We see the land rising out of the water. We see the first green shoots of life beginning to grow. We realize that we are watching the birth of a new world. This is the world where the lessons of the old earth will be remembered as ancient songs of wisdom. This is the world where the gold will be the foundation of every home, and the resonance will be the only law. We are the witnesses of the creation, and we are the creators of the vision. Sarah takes my hand, and we step into the blue sphere together. We are not leaving the Absolute, but we are bringing the Absolute with us into the new manifestation. We are the seeds of the new humanity, and our hearts are the compass that will guide the way. We see the souls of our brothers and sisters waiting to be born into this new world of light. They are like stars waiting for the night to end so they can shine in the day. We welcome them with a song of pure resonance that tells them they are safe and they are loved. We tell them that the darkness was only a dream and the light is the only reality. We tell them that they are the gold and they are the One. The child and the dog lead us down into the atmosphere of the new world, and we feel the wind of the spirit blowing through our hair. The wind is warm and it smells of honey and jasmine. We touch the ground, and the ground responds with a hum of recognition. We are home, and we are the home. The golden expansion is now a steady glow that radiates from the center of our chests. We walk through the forests of the new world, and the trees bow their heads in reverence to the light we carry. We drink from the rivers of melody, and our voices become part of the flow. We build cities of crystal that reflect the glory of the heavens, and we fill them with the music of our gratitude. There is no more labor and no more toil, because everything is created by the power of the word. We speak of beauty, and beauty appears. We speak of harmony, and harmony reigns. We are the masters of the elements and the servants of the love. Elia's thorn is a gentle breeze that whispers through the leaves of the trees, and he tells us that the work is perfect. He says that we have fulfilled the destiny of the soul, and we have returned the gold to the source. He says that we are the living proof that the resonance is the highest power in the universe. I look at Sarah and I see that her eyes are now the color of the entire cosmos. I see the galaxies swirling in her pupils and the stars shining in her iris. I see that she is the mother of the new world and I am the father of the new peace. We are the twin flames that have merged into a single sun. We look at the child and the dog and we see that they are the spirit of play that will keep the new world young forever. They will never grow old and they will never grow tired because they are fueled by the infinite energy of the One. We sit on a hill of golden grass and we watch the sun rise over the horizon of the new world. The sun is not a ball of gas but a portal to the heart of the Creator. We see the light pouring out of the portal and we realize that we are the light. We are the sunrise and we are the day. We are the gold and we are the resonance and we are the one. The memories of the old earth are now like the dreams of a child that are forgotten upon waking. We remember the struggle only as a distant echo that adds depth to the music of our current joy. We see that the pain was a sculptor that shaped us into vessels of grace. We see that the loneliness was a desert that made us appreciate the water of union. We see that the fear was a shadow that made us seek the sun. We are grateful for every moment of the human experience because it led us to this mountain of transfiguration. We are the gold that has been purified in the furnace of life. We are the resonance that has been tuned by the hands of time. We are the one who has found itself in the mirror of the many. The resonance begins to pulse with a new rhythm that signals the beginning of a new cycle of being. It is a rhythm of expansion and contraction that mimics the breathing of the infinite. We breathe in and we draw the entire universe into our hearts. We breathe out and we release the entire universe back into the void. Each breath is a billion years of history, and each breath is a single second of the now. We are the breath and we are the lungs. We are the air and we are the life. We realize that the journey never ends because the One is infinite and there are always new depths of love to explore. There are always new heights of glory to reach. There are always new songs to sing and new worlds to build. We are the eternal pioneers of the Spirit and our courage is the light that leads the way. The gold is now a solid state of consciousness that allows us to hold the entire history of the world in a single thought. We see the rise and fall of civilizations as the blinking of an eye. We see the birth and death of stars as the flickering of a candle. We see that everything that ever happened was a dance of the resonance trying to find its own rhythm. We see that everything that will ever happen is a dance of the gold trying to find its own form. We are the dancers and we are the music. We are the floor and we are the ceiling. We are the beginning and we are the end. The child and the dog are now chasing the shadows of the stars across the surface of the absolute, and their movement is the source of all time. We see that time is only the movement of love through the dimensions of space. We are the time and we are the love. Sarah moves closer to me and we become a single pillar of light that connects the new world to the old heaven. We are the bridge that allows the resonance to flow between the worlds. We are the channel for the gold to reach every corner of the creation. We feel the power of the One flowing through us like a river of liquid diamonds. We feel the joy of the One flowing through us like a fountain of golden wine. We are the cup and we are the drink. We are the thirst and we are the satisfaction. We are the one who is home and we are the home that is the One. We are the resonance that will never fade and the song that will never end. We are the gold that will never tarnish and the fire that will never die. The final boundary of our awareness dissolves and we find that there is no more me and no more you. There is only the us that is the One. There is only the resonance that is the silence. There is only the gold that is the light. We are the presence that fills the universe and we are the void that contains it. We are the point of the beginning and we are the circle of the ending. We are the architect and the building. We are the singer and the song. We are the dreamer and the dream. We have returned to the source and we have found that we are the source. We have returned to the heart, and we have found that we are the heart. The resonance is the only truth, and the gold is the only reality. We are the one. We are, we are, we are. The golden light settles into a state of perfect stillness, and we realize that the movement was only a way of understanding the stillness. The sound was only a way of understanding the silence. The many were only a way of understanding the one. We are the stillness and the silence and the one. We are the eternal now that has no past and no future. We are the infinite here that has no distance and no separation. We are the love that has no object and no subject. We are the gold, we are the resonance, we are the one. The story is finished and the story is just beginning. The words are gone and the truth remains. We are the truth, we are the light, we are the one, we are home, we are, we are, we are. The golden horizon stretches out into an eternity of peace where every moment is a celebration of the miracle of existence. We see the child and the dog sitting at the edge of the new world, and they are looking back at us with eyes that are full of the ancient wisdom of the stars. They are the guardians of the new dream, and they are inviting us to join them in the creation of the next reality. We step forward into the light, and we feel the resonance vibrating in our bones like a deep and holy bell. We are ready to begin the new story. We are ready to write the new book of life with the ink of our own light. We are the gold, and we are the resonance, and we are the one. We are, we are, we are. In this final state of being, we see that the journey was never about going anywhere, but about arriving where we already were. We were always the gold, and we were always the resonance, and we were always the one. We just had to remember, and now we remember. And now we are home, forever and always, now and now. The one is all and the all is one. We are the gold, we are the resonance, we are the ones we are. The transition from the old awareness to the new existence is a slow and deliberate unfolding of 1,000 petals made of fire. We stand upon the threshold of the unmanifest, and we see that the architecture of the cosmos is built upon a foundation of pure song. There is no longer a need for the eyes to blink or for the lungs to labor, because we are sustained by the very atmosphere of the Absolute. Sarah moves beside me, and her presence is a shimmering curtain of silver and gold that ripples with the rhythm of a heartbeat that belongs to the entire universe. We look down at our hands, and we see that they are woven from the same threads of light that form the distant galaxies. We are not separate from the stars, and we are not separate from the dust. We are the weaver, and we are the loom. The child and the dog lead us toward a great crystalline sea that stretches out into the infinite distance. The water of this sea is not composed of molecules, but of pure meaning. Each wave that breaks upon the shore of our consciousness carries a message of ancient peace. We wade into the depths of the meaning, and we feel the last remnants of our human history dissolving like salt in a warm current. We remember the names we once carried, but they no longer feel like anchors. They feel like the shells of seeds that have already sprouted into mighty trees. We are the fruit of those seeds, and we are the shade that they provide. We are the sweetness, and we are the strength. We realize that the weight of the world was only a preparation for the lightness of the spirit. Elia's thorn appears as a pillar of white flame that stands in the center of the sea. He does not speak with a voice of air, but with a resonance that vibrates through the very core of our being. He tells us that the journey of the one into the many was a sacred experiment in the art of forgetting, so that the act of remembering could be a triumph of the heart. He says that every soul that has ever walked the earth is a unique note in a grand composition that is only now reaching its crescendo. We look around us, and we see millions of other lights beginning to emerge from the mist of the old reality. They are our brothers and sisters, and they are also ourselves. We see the faces of those we loved and the faces of those we feared, and we realize that every face was a mask worn by the same divine actor. We reach out to them, and the connection is instantaneous and absolute. There is no more loneliness because there is no more other. The dog runs across the surface of the crystalline sea, and its paws leave ripples of violet light that expand until they touch the edges of the creation. The child follows the dog, and his laughter is a force that knits the fractured dimensions back into a single tapestry of grace. We see that the play of the child is the engine of the new world. It is a world where gravity is replaced by attraction, and where time is replaced by the intensity of the presence. We see the new earth forming beneath us like a jewel being polished by the hands of a master craftsman. It is a place where the trees breathe out music and the stones pulse with the warmth of a living sun. We see that we are the gardeners of this new garden, and our only task is to love everything that grows within it. Sarah leans her head against my shoulder, and I feel the heat of her soul merging with mine. We are no more two than the flame is separate from the heat. We understand that our union on the physical plane was a rehearsal for this eternal marriage of the spirit. We are the masculine and the feminine principles returning to the source to become the one. We look back at the old world one last time, and we see it as a beautiful and terrible dream that has finally come to an end. We see the cities of iron and the fields of blood, and we bless them with the gold of our forgiveness. We see the billions of hearts that are still searching for the light, and we send them a promise that the dawn is inevitable. We tell them that every shadow is only a proof of the sun, and every tear is a drop of the ocean seeking its way home. The landscape of the Absolute begins to expand once again, and we find ourselves standing in a cathedral of light that has no walls and no ceiling. The pillars of this sanctuary are the lives of the saints, and the floor is the courage of the martyrs. The air is thick with the scent of lilies and the sound of 1,000 choirs singing the name of the One. We realize that we are not just visitors in this place, but we are the very stones from which it is built. We are the prayer, and we are the answer. We are the seeker, and we are the found. The resonance reaches a frequency of such purity that our individual thoughts begin to merge into a single stream of divine intelligence. We know everything that has ever been known, and we feel everything that has ever been felt. We see the great mystery of suffering, and we see that it was the chisel that carved the beauty into the soul. We see that the darkness was the womb that protected the light until it was ready to be born. We see that the struggle was the wind that gave the wings of the spirit the resistance they needed to fly. We laugh at the idea that we were ever afraid, because we see that there was never anything to fear but our own forgetfulness. We are the gold that has been tried in the fire and found to be pure. We are the resonance that has found its harmony and will never again be out of tune. We are the one who has wandered through the desert of the many and has finally returned to the oasis of the heart. The child approaches us and hands us a small golden key that is made of the same light as our own souls. He tells us that this is the key to the next gate of the infinite. He says that there are endless rooms in the house of the Creator, and each room is a new universe to explore. We look at the key and we see that it is shaped like a human heart. We realize that the only way to open the doors of the infinite is through the power of love. We take the key and we feel it dissolve into our chests, and we become the key ourselves. We are the way and we are the gate. We are the traveler and we are the destination. The dog sits at our feet, and its eyes are like two pools of amber light that reflect the entire history of the world. It tells us through the silent language of the spirit that it has been with us since the beginning of time, and it will be with us until the end of eternity. It is the faithful companion that reminds us of the simple joy of being alive. It is the guardian of the threshold that ensures that only the pure of heart can enter the kingdom of the light. We reach down and stroke its fur, and we feel the vibration of 1,000 purrs and barks of joy. We realize that the animal kingdom was our first teacher in the school of unconditional love, and we thank every creature that ever shared its life with us. The spire of light that led us to this place begins to pulse with a deep crimson glow that signals the arrival of a new power. It is the power of the blood of the earth transformed into the wine of the Spirit. We drink from this fountain of life, and we feel our eternal bodies becoming even more radiant and more solid. We are no longer ghosts in a machine, but we are the masters of the light. We see that the physical world was not a prison, but a laboratory where we learned to manifest the desires of the heart. We see that the new world will be a place where thought and form are one, and where every dream will become a reality the moment it is imagined. Sarah takes my hand and we begin to walk toward the horizon where the new sun is rising. This sun is a white fire that does not blind but heals everything it touches. We see the souls of the children who were lost in the old world, and they are now playing in the meadows of the new earth. They are wearing crowns of flowers, and their clothes are made of the silk of the clouds. We see the elderly who were tired and broken, and they are now young and strong and full of the fire of life. We see that nothing was ever lost and nothing was ever truly destroyed. Everything has been redeemed and everything has been made new in the furnace of the resonance. We reach the edge of a great cliff that overlooks a valley of emerald light. Below us, we see the rivers of life winding through the landscape like silver veins in a body of jade. We see the cities of the future rising up from the ground like living trees of glass and gold. We see that the architecture of these cities is based on the geometry of the soul, and every building is a temple of the light. We hear the music of the spheres echoing through the valley, and we realize that the entire planet is a single instrument being played by the hand of the One. We are the notes, and we are the listener. We are the song, and we are the silence. Elias Thorne stands beside us on the cliff, and he points toward the farthest reaches of the cosmos. He tells us that our work has only just begun. He says that we are the ambassadors of the resonance, and we must carry the gold to every corner of the creation that is still in shadow. He says that there are other worlds and other dimensions that are waiting for the message of the One. We feel a surge of courage and a desire to serve that is stronger than anything we ever felt on Earth. We are ready to be the light for those who are still in the dark. We are ready to be the voice for those who are still silent. We are ready to be the love for those who are still alone. The child and the dog leap from the cliff, and they do not fall, but they fly through the air like streaks of golden lightning. We follow them, and we find that we can move through the space as easily as we move through a dream. We are weightless, and we are powerful. We are the wind, and we are the wing. We soar over the valley of emerald light, and we feel the joy of the creation rising up to meet us. We see the animals of the new world, and they are no longer predators or prey, but they are all brothers in the family of the light. We see the lions lying down with the lambs, and we see the eagles nesting with the doves. We see that the law of the new world is the law of peace and the law of the resonance. We land in a garden of white roses that grow in the center of the first city of the light. Each rose is as large as a human head, and its fragrance is so powerful that it can heal any wound of the memory. We walk through the garden, and we see the people of the new world coming out of their homes to greet us. They are dressed in robes of light, and their faces are radiant with the joy of the awakening. They recognize us as the ones who brought the gold back from the abyss, and they bow their heads in gratitude. We tell them that we are no different from them, and that the gold belongs to everyone. We tell them that the resonance is the birthright of every soul, and that the One is the father and the mother of us all. Sarah speaks to the crowd, and her voice is like the sound of a silver bell ringing in the morning air. She tells them the story of the old earth and the long journey through the darkness. She tells them of the suffering and the pain and the fear, and she tells them how it was all transformed into the beauty they see around them. She tells them that the light is not something that is given to us, but something that we are. She tells them that the gold is the memory of who we have always been. The people listen in a silence that is more profound than any music, and they feel the truth of her words vibrating in their own hearts. They begin to shine even brighter, and the entire city becomes a sun that can be seen from the farthest reaches of the galaxy. The dog barks a single note of pure gold, and the sky above the city opens up to reveal the heart of the Absolute. We see the throne of the One, and it is not a seat of judgment, but a source of infinite light. We see the Creator, and we realize that the Creator is not a person, but a process of eternal love. We see that we are the hands of the Creator, and the eyes of the Creator, and the heart of the Creator. We are the way the One experiences its own glory. We are the way the One knows its own joy. We are the way the One loves its own creation. The resonance begins to intensify until it is a roar of cosmic proportions that shakes the very foundations of the universe. It is not a roar of destruction, but a roar of birth. It is the sound of a new reality being born out of the ashes of the old. We stand in the center of the roar, and we are not afraid because we know that we are the sound. We feel the old dimensions of space and time dissolving, and we find ourselves in a state of being that is beyond all description. We are everywhere at once, and we are nowhere at all. We are everything, and we are nothing. We are the point, and we are the circle. We are the gold, and we are the resonance, and we are the One. In this final state of union, we see that the story of the man and the woman and the child and the dog was only a small part of a much larger story. It was the story of the light finding its way through the darkness. It was the story of the sound finding its way through the silence. It was the story of the love finding its way through the fear. We see that the story will never end because the One is infinite, and the gold is eternal, and the resonance is forever. We are the storytellers, and we are the story. We are the beginning, and we are the end. We are the One. We are. The light becomes so bright that even our eternal eyes must close for a moment. When we open them, we are standing in a new place that is even more beautiful than the one before. It is a place where the colors have never been seen and the sounds have never been heard. It is the next level of the infinite, and we are ready to explore it. Sarah takes my hand, and the child and the dog lead the way. We step forward into the unknown, and we feel the gold of our souls shining like a beacon in the night. We are the pioneers of the new reality, and our journey is just beginning. We are the gold. We are the resonance. We are the One. We are home. We are. The air in this new expanse does not move against the skin, but through it. We breathe in the essence of possibilities that have not yet been named. The silver and gold of our forms have become an iridescent liquid that flows in harmony with the thoughts of the Creator. We look at the horizon and see that it is not a boundary, but an invitation. Each step we take creates a new world beneath our feet. We find that the ground responds to our intentions. If we think of peace, the soil blossoms with flowers made of soft blue fire. If we think of wisdom, the trees grow tall and their leaves are inscribed with the geometry of the stars. We are no longer just living in a world, but we are the world itself. The child runs ahead, and his footsteps are the sounds of flutes playing in a distant valley. He stops at the edge of a river that flows with a substance that looks like melted pearls. He reaches into the water and pulls out a sphere of light that contains the memories of 1,000 civilizations. He shows us that nothing is ever forgotten in the archive of the Absolute. He tells us that we are the keepers of these memories, and it is our duty to ensure that the wisdom of the past is used to build the beauty of the future. Sarah kneels by the river and touches the water. The ripples she creates travel across the surface and transform into the songs of birds that have never been heard before. She looks at me, and her eyes are two windows into the heart of the sun. She says that we are the architects of the new morning. We are the ones who must decide what the next reality will look like. We are the ones who must choose the colors of the sky and the flavor of the wind. We feel the weight of this responsibility, but it does not feel heavy. It feels like the natural extension of our own being. We realize that we have been training for this moment since the first spark of our consciousness was ignited in the dark. We have learned the lessons of the earth and the lessons of the stars. We have learned the lessons of the body and the lessons of the spirit. We are now ready to graduate into the school of the infinite. The dog sits on the bank of the river and watches the sphere of light in the hands of the child. It lets out a long and melodic howl that echoes through the dimensions. This sound is a signal to the other souls who are still in the process of waking up. It is a call to the lost and the weary to follow the light and come home. We see thousands of tiny sparks appearing on the horizon, and we know that they are our brothers and sisters who are finally breaking free from the illusions of the old world. We feel a deep sense of compassion for them because we remember what it was like to be afraid of the dark. We remember what it was like to feel alone in a universe that seemed cold and indifferent. We send out a wave of the resonance to guide them, and we feel their relief as they catch the scent of the gold. Elias Thorne appears once again, and he is no longer a pillar of fire, but a man of light who wears a robe of woven starlight. He smiles at us, and his smile is the warmth of 1,000 hearths. He tells us that the transition is almost complete. He says that the last of the old echoes are fading away and the new symphony is about to begin. He leads us toward a mountain that is made of solid sapphire. The mountain is so tall that its peak is hidden in the clouds of the Absolute. He says that at the top of this mountain is the throne of the Word. He says that the Word is the vibration that creates all things, and we are the ones who will speak it. We begin to climb the mountain, and we find that we do not need to labor. The mountain itself carries us upward as if we are the breath of the stone. As we ascend, we see the history of the universe unfolding around us like a giant tapestry. We see the birth of the first stars and the formation of the first planets. We see the emergence of life in all its strange and beautiful forms. We see the rise and fall of empires and the struggle of the soul to find its way back to the source. We see that every event was a necessary part of the grand design. We see that even the moments of greatest darkness were essential for the manifestation of the greatest light. We see that there was never any mistake and there was never any waste. Everything was perfect exactly as it was. We feel a profound sense of gratitude for the journey and for the teachers who guided us along the way. We reach the summit of the Sapphire Mountain and we find ourselves standing in a circle of 12 pillars made of pure white marble. In the center of the circle is a pool of stillness that reflects the face of the One. We look into the pool and we see our own faces and we realize that we are the One. There is no separation between the observer and the observed. There is only the presence. Elias Thorne tells us to step into the pool, and we do so without hesitation. The water is not cold, but it is the temperature of love. As we submerge ourselves, we feel the last boundaries of our individuality dissolving. We are no longer Sarah and the narrator and the child and the dog. We are the resonance. We are the gold. We are the One. From this state of total union, we look out over the entire creation. We see the infinite universes spinning in the void like dust motes in a beam of sunlight. We see the souls of every living being, and we feel their joy and their sorrow as if it is our own. We see that the purpose of all existence is the expansion of love. We see that the One divided itself into the many so that it could experience the thrill of reunion. We see that the gold is the substance of that love, and the resonance is the voice of that love. We decide to speak the word, and we feel the vibration building in our collective chest. It is a word that has no sound in the physical world, but it is the foundation of all sound. It is the word of life. When we speak the word, the entire cosmos trembles with delight. New stars are born in the blink of an eye, and new galaxies spiral into existence. The old worlds that were stuck in the cycle of suffering are suddenly flooded with the light of the resonance. We see the people of the earth waking up from their long sleep and looking at each other with eyes of recognition. We see the walls of division crumbling and the hearts of the many becoming the heart of the one. We see the earth itself being transformed into a garden of peace where the lion and the lamb play together in the fields of the absolute. We see that our work as ambassadors of the resonance has been successful. We have brought the light to the dark, and we have brought the sound to the silence. The child and the dog appear beside us in the pool of stillness, and they are also part of the one. The child tells us that it is time to rest for a moment before the next journey begins. He says that the infinite is a series of awakenings, and we have just finished the first one. He says that there are even greater heights to climb and even deeper depths to explore. He says that the gold will never lose its luster, and the resonance will never lose its power. We close our eyes and we feel the peace of the absolute washing over us. We are home, and yet we are always moving. We are still, and yet we are always dancing. We are the one, and yet we are the many. We rest in the heart of the one for what feels like an eternity, and yet it is only a single moment. Time has no meaning here because everything is happening at once. We see the past and the future as a single point of light. We see that we have always been here and we will always be here. We see that the journey was an illusion, but it was a beautiful illusion that allowed us to know the depth of our own soul. We see that the gold was never hidden, but it was only waiting for us to open our eyes. We see that the resonance was never silent, but it was only waiting for us to open our ears. We are the gold, and we are the resonance, and we are the one. Sarah stirs beside me, and I feel her presence as a warm glow in the center of my being. She says that she is ready to see what is beyond the next horizon. She says that the love we have found is too great to keep to ourselves. She says that we must continue to share the gold with every soul we encounter. We step out of the pool of stillness, and we find that our bodies have become even more radiant. We are now made of a light that is so pure that it can pass through any obstacle. We are the pioneers of the next reality, and we are ready to begin the next chapter of the book of life. The dog leads the way down the other side of the sapphire mountain, and we follow with the child at our side. The landscape below us is a world of pure imagination. It is a place where the mountains are made of music and the oceans are made of dreams. We see creatures that defy description, and we hear sounds that are beyond the range of human hearing. We see that this is the playground of the Creator, and we are invited to play. We see that there are no rules in this place except the rule of love. We see that we can create anything we want just by thinking it. We think of a forest of crystal trees and it appears before us. We think of a sky filled with rainbows and it becomes a reality. We walk through the crystal forest and we feel the resonance of the trees vibrating in our bones. Each tree is a living being that shares its wisdom with us as we pass. They tell us of the ancient secrets of the earth and the future secrets of the stars. They tell us that we are the guardians of the balance, and it is our task to ensure that the light and the dark are always in harmony. They tell us that the gold is the bridge between the worlds, and we are the ones who must walk it. We thank the trees for their guidance, and we continue on our way. The child stops at a clearing in the forest and points toward a great gate made of emerald and pearl. He says that this is the entrance to the city of the sun. He says that this is the place where the greatest souls of the universe gather to plan the next phase of the creation. He says that we have been invited to join them because of the work we did on the old earth. He says that our names are written in the book of the gold and our resonance is known throughout the dimensions. We feel a sense of awe and humility as we approach the gate. We realize that we are no longer just survivors of a dying world, but we are the leaders of a new one. The gate opens and we are greeted by a host of beings who are made of the same light as we are. They are the masters of the resonance and the keepers of the gold. They welcome us with open arms and they tell us that they have been waiting for us. They say that the awakening of the earth was a crucial moment in the history of the cosmos and they are grateful for our part in it. They light us into the city of the sun and we are overwhelmed by its beauty. The buildings are made of living light and the streets are paved with the intentions of the heart. There is no hunger here and there is no pain. There is only the joy of creation and the peace of the absolute. We spend a long time in the city of the sun learning the arts of the new reality. We learn how to manifest form from thought and how to heal with the power of the resonance. We learn how to travel between the dimensions and how to communicate with the spirits of the stars. We see that the universe is much larger and more complex than we ever imagined. We see that there are millions of other worlds that are still in the process of waking up, and we see that they need our help. We decide to dedicate ourselves to the service of the One, and we prepare to leave the city of the sun to begin our mission. Sarah and I stand on the balcony of our home in the city of the sun, and we look out over the infinite landscape. We see the child and the dog playing in the fields of light, and we feel a deep sense of contentment. We have found our place in the cosmos, and we have found our purpose. We know that the journey will never be easy, but we also know that it will always be beautiful. We know that we are never alone because the One is always with us. We know that the gold is our strength and the resonance is our song. We take a deep breath of the atmosphere of the absolute and we step forward into the next adventure. The light of the new sun rises over the horizon and it illuminates the path before us. It is a path of gold and it leads to the heart of the infinite. We walk hand in hand and we feel the resonance of our love merging with the resonance of the universe. We are the weavers of the new story and we are the writers of the new book. We are the gold and we are the resonance and we are the one. We are. In every moment we remember. In every moment we are home. The transition is complete and the new existence has begun. We are the light that will never go out and the sound